Hello, everybody. It is another Sea of Spears Sunday, so I'd like to welcome you back to Westeros. We are coming at you today with episode 76 of A Sea of Spears, as we've all watched our baby Nymerians grow up and turn into their own people, including sometimes not even being a Nymerian anymore.
Yeah.
So we had a couple twists in some recent episodes, just a couple revelations, a little bit of action around Wyvern's Rest. There was a small domestic disturbance. Yeah, just a couple things have been going on of late. And we have just a few things to talk about. But let's not quite touch on the super secretest thing. And instead, let's see what version of all of this Sir Balin Swan gets. As the kind of consort knight of Will, which is the northernmost lands here in the Stoneway, this valley that leads into Dorne. He is wed to Balin Nymerian, the Knight of Will, and he helped out in the fighting, like everyone else did late last night, going into early this morning. But he did not join the Nymerian siblings when they rode to the coast to chase some conspirators, and he has not been in all the big talks since then. So, as it's been decided that our four Nymerian PCs are leaving basically with first light, they've got some talking to do this evening now. The sun is down, and they've just got some time to spend prepping for that journey. So we are going to cut to Bela in her quarters here at Wyvern's Rest as she kind of preps to leave and also tries to catch her husband up on what's been going on. He is sitting there with your child in his arms, staying out of the way as you pack. Basically, he has the kid is on the bed and is letting you dart haphazardly from one end of the room to the other to grab things, about a third of which are weapons. So he's just like, we're going to sit here and hold real still, and you're not going to trip on us. And he's letting you talk.
Okay. Yeah, so, I was going to chime in with the same thing. Yeah, just moving about the room, grabbing a few odds and ends, a weapon here, a pants over there, whatever might fit into the equivalent of a duffel bag in Westeros, and say, hey, I know we've sort of been apart during all of this the last few weeks. Things are moving fast now, and well, with the king dead, there's no surprise that there's schemes afoot, right? I look over to him for acknowledgement.
He just not. It's not unusual for times of chaos to come in the wake of a royal death.
Yeah, this one's gonna be messy. There's reason to believe that perhaps the person sitting on the throne now may not actually be an heir to the throne.
Is it not Joffrey that sits the throne?
Exactly. There's talk that Joffrey's not actually the king.
Some people are saying.
Some people are saying this.
No, you didn't hear this from me, okay?
Now, with that information, numerous people are plotting strategic moves, and not the least of which are people as I'm packing, kind of looking down at around Westeros are are plotting and scheming in different ways.
The death of the king brings about the death of the king's law. I seem to recall hearing something about an attack on Wyvern's Rest last night. Yes?
Yeah, you know,
He says, still scuffed up and bruised and scraped, like everyone else.
small things like that, trying to waylay people and, perhaps prevent messages from reaching intended destinations by shooting down ravens. Things like that to prevent spread of information, to delay actions, those sorts of things. Well, it turns out that there might be schemes related to the family and a certain delegation who may have not quite made it here before the attack last night and is holed up in a keep not too far from here. So essentially, the siblings and I are going to be going to meet up with Lady Olenna and that contingent up north.
Sir Nathan mentioned that they were at Storm's End. Give my regards to my liege, and let him know that all of the Stoneway awaits word as to what Lord of the Stormlands wishes us to do next.
Yes, I'm sure there will be many more ravens to come, but I'm afraid that I'm going to have to be gone with my siblings for some time now. There is an old family treasure that we've just learned about, and if it is as magnificent as it is written about, it will prove instrumental in what might be about to unfold in Westeros.
So, last night's attack was not merely a grudge, but someone after something?
Yes, we believe that it's connected, attempting to get certain books that might have codes and secrets in it. Thankfully, they underestimated the resolve of Nightmarians and our allies,
And the number of guests attending Lord Makar's name day, I think.
indeed.
Very well, we will keep Wyvern's Rest safe in your absence. And the children, of course. I will head to Will and anchor the Stoneway. Lord Garrus will return to his own keep and hold the southern end. I think it will be best if we leave the children here as the most secure of the Nymerian holdings. I think that the Lady Alysain has dubbed herself a bit of a guardian. I nearly needed to draw Scorpion to get our own back from her.
Well, I'm sure she will be safe here then, and the next few weeks will prove very important, I believe, and I think it'd be best if the troops were perhaps ready for whatever situation might come in the future. So now is not the time to have them out and about, but perhaps a little closer to home and ready for marching together as one larger contingent.
We are working on a scout rotation at present, but yes, most of the fighting men will certainly be kept closer to Wyvern's Rest. I don't think many of the troops will be relaxing after last night for quite some time.
Yeah, well, as tie up the bundle that I've put together, as clattering as the weapons sort of bang against each other.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we have a last few things to take care of here. I think my brother was seeing about making some trade for Orys with the knights. So hopefully we can utilize his skills in the future.
That would be well done. I have heard things of Sir Alistair. He is not renowned for his flexibility.
Well, hopefully we have something worthy of convincing him otherwise. All right. Well, let me say goodbye to little Willa, and hopefully it will not be too long before I get to see her again. And you as well.
Kind of you to remember. He chuckles at his own, and then holds her up to you, and yeah, you get some baby snuggles.
Okay, I think that's a good place to leave that.
All right. Then let's cut to Reyna, the eldest of the Nymerian siblings. What are you up to at this bit of the evening? I know at some point, young Adam was going to seek you out. Do you think that he has found you yet or not?
He can find me on the way to my quarters because I need to talk to Willis and get him packing.
Okay, so does Adam find you on your way to your quarters or no?
Yes. He can
All right.
find me on the way to the quarters.
Okay. Then we cut to the hallway.
Robert, I hate you. Shut up.
But look by Addie at the end.
I see.
So that makes it okay. I'm good.
Oh, okay.
Reyna, a word, please.
Yes. I'll just pick a room. I'll open a door. We go in there. And if anybody's in there, they're told to leave.
No,
Okay.
most of your guests are still busy today. They've been helping oversee repairs and seeing to the injured and all the rest. So
Our guests
I'm
are
not
good
sure
people.
just what guest's room this is, but it is empty.
Alright.
I was a little too stunned earlier to ask this, but I want to ask now. What would you prefer that we call you now?
Right now.
Very well.
Serenus is a fine name, but it is not my name yet.
I understand. Good. And for what it's worth, I don't. Well,
Oh my god. I'm sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
okay.
Did someone not notice the frames until just now?
No, I did not notice the frames until just now.
Yeah, I decided me and Ika wouldn't
Oh, I
tell
see.
anybody. We would just let people see.
I think because I normally have like our window blocked because seeing our mouths moving out of sync with the sound was really distracting. So I've never. You could have put like Adam as a tiny little monkey on there, and I wouldn't.
Well, we took that one down last week.
Yeah, that was what I replaced this with.
Yeah, it could have said absolutely anything. But no. Yeah. For what it's worth, none of the information we were given changes how I feel about you. As far as I'm concerned, you're still my sister. Unless you do not want it to be so.
It is so. But it's changed practically everything else.
Yeah, I can only imagine what you're going through just now. It must be a lot. So I want you to know that I fully support you, and if there's anything specific you need me to do, just tell me and it'll be done.
Find out who opened that gate.
We're working on it. I believe possibly Sir Derek was one of the people looking into it, but I'll find out what has been discovered so far. I hoped to get to decoding as soon as possible, because that is the most likely thing to give us clues to where this hoard is. Otherwise, we're just making wild guesses.
Right. Should focus on that.
We have the best possible people on it, so if we can't find it working together, then it can't be found. So we have to believe that we will find it, and that no matter
I have
what,
every faith in you and Ferris. I'm sure that you can pluck the information out of the nonsense.
I appreciate that very much. And no matter what happens, we will be all right. I feel like I should say that. Though, like, I know that you that the decisions have been made, but I just on a personal note, I think that Lyn is being let off too lightly, and I just want to name that. I'm not necessarily telling you to do anything.
All right, that wasn't the direction I actually expected you to go with this, but
What direction did you think it was going to go in?
I'm not sure. I could have gone out. I mean,
Well, I confess,
he hurts people
I noticed.
on purpose, and
I also noticed that. I was told just earlier that everything I thought was real was an act. So I think angry is an understatement, and I want to see him punished. But there seems to be nothing. He doesn't care about anything, so you can't punish him because the only thing he loves is gold and that fucking sword, and he's getting to keep both.
well, I shan't be collecting gold on the wall.
I suppose not, but
I can't even imagine the gold. Oh.
I mean, I haven't been that far north, but I mean, gold's it's not so bad once you get used to it. But anyway, I'm not expecting anything to come of that. I'm just saying I don't think he's being punished enough. I am aware that at least some of that may be my personal hurt, wanting to lash out at him. But yeah.
Understood. We need him as a chip to keep Orys off the wall.
I know, and I fully appreciate that. And frankly, if he wasn't useful in that regard, I'd have probably already sent several knights with spears to go and skewer him in his cell.
Please don't do that here.
No, I'm not. Like I said, I'm not going to do it because he's useful. But I'm just being honest about what's on my mind right now.
Understood.
And like I say, I'm not expecting anything. I wanted you to know how I felt. I'm going to try not to let that be a problem for us, but yeah.
Well, it shan't be. We're leaving at the dawn. So,
Yes,
and
there are more important things to be focusing on.
and I expect he'll be long gone before we ever return.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks for listening.
No, thank you for telling me what you did. I'm afraid I
Right,
have to go pack and somehow avoid this very important topic with my husband while he packs.
Of course, yes, certainly. I'll see you later.
She takes off.
Yeah, and we'll hurry off to follow up on the gate thing, which he's been instructed to do.
All right, and then what is Lucaris up to? Because you guys are all going to meet up again shortly, but let's see where does this jump cut find Luke?
He will be finding his wife.
She is easily found. She is just leaving the Great Hall with a hurried meal that she is chewing and swallowing the last of.
Valena, come, let's discuss it in our quarters.
I'm still a bit bruised from last night's assault, but perhaps a good discussion would do morale some good, she says with a jaunty spring in her step that may or may not be sincere flirtation. Who can tell?
Well, I'll be gentle. When we get somewhere private, and I confirm it's private,
Yeah, you guys are in your quarters.
I will kind of pull her into an embrace, and I'm going to whisper into her ear, there was much revelation in our discussion with grandfather just now. And though he wishes me not to, I need to confide in you at least what we have just learned, though it is very sensitive.
She takes a half step back so that there's no longer teasing flirtation closeness, and instead half arm's length eye contact closeness, and she gives you a nod instead of a quip.
As you may be aware, there's obviously a change in the regime at the moment. More revelations will come out, but the kid sitting on the Iron Throne is not Robert's trueborn, so there will be war. But that is less surprising than what grandfather revealed to us.
Something is less of a surprise than a claim being made that Prince Joffrey is not Prince Joffrey.
Yes.
And she quirks an eyebrow.
It would seem, and we can count conspirators among them, my grandfather and Lady Oleda, and I wouldn't be surprised if your mother knew a thing or two about it as well. Several things were smuggled out of the Red Keep when the Mad King took over. The least of which, but immediately most important, is apparently the treasury.
Someone smuggled the entire dragon's hoard out of the Red Keep when Orys and Lord Tywin, the greediest and richest men in Westeros, were there fighting to the death.
It would seem so.
Suppose that's the time to do it.
Its exact location is not known to us, but we have a series of books that encode it. So we'll be journeying to retrieve it. The reason we are retrieving it is because something more important was smuggled out that day. Rhaenys Targaryen lives.
She lifts an eyebrow again because, again, a quip is a bit delayed. So all she can do is genuinely react.
She was raised in these very walls.
Snap.
It would seem I have but one sister, and now a queen. I have to say it was bold of grandfather to change her name, but a few letters.
Huh. Well then,
So
I suppose you've work to do.
I do. I love you, and keep Little Makar safe. We'll be back as soon as we can.
We will see to the children. Alisane Mormont has taken them on. I swear, Sir Balin nearly needed to draw Scorpion to get his own child away from her.
She-Bear is living up to her reputation.
Indeed. Very well. I will stay in Wyvern's Rest then. If people are after these books that lead to a treasury, and if people are after this sister with a bit more dragon's blood than we thought, Wyvern's Rest will be where they look. I will stay here instead of returning home. Mother will understand.
Thank you. It is fortunate that the Boneway itself is well controlled. This will be the safest place to be.
When half the garrison isn't drunk at Lord Makar's name day, yes. We're working on a rotation of pickets and the like, and trying to figure out who opened that damned gate.
I hope to ask Graham before we leave, but we may very well leave that task to you. You and the others.
I fear it was the lion, but...
I will not be the one to raise that suggestion among my siblings and others at this point.
The Sandstorm is fond of him, and has a keen eye for character, as keen an eye as she has for all else. But if not him, I do not know who. The Black Watch lads the outer character, the Night's Watch lads, were fighting too fiercely. I do not think it would have been any of them. But Philea says that it was Sir Davin she saw closest to the gates.
That suspicious, but this does not necessarily mean he was guilty. But I trust your judgment.
What is Joffrey? His second cousin, I believe?
The info we have is...
have concerns.
Yeah, not unfounded. Right.
We'll continue looking into it. It's a matter we have already questioned some few folks on.
I will meet up with my siblings and others. And I'm going to give her a kiss, and I'm going to leave.
She gets to work packing some things for you. As you leave, she's already whirling through your chambers and preparing, because she could tell that you guys were going somewhere. All right, then. The next plan is to meet with Sir Alistair Thorne. He has been in the stables most of the time looking to his men, one of whom was rather seriously injured, but he has refused to allow him to be transported from the stables. So Sir Alistair does have a rather Spartan guest chamber here inside the keep, but he's been spending most of his time in the stables looking over his men and berating the healers to hurry up and get him ready to travel or kill him. I care not which. Right? Just normal, pleasant Alistair Thorne type of stuff.
Before we meet with him, I like to get everybody else together just so we can discuss it ahead of time.
Yep, so this is you guys kind of knowing where to find him, and as such, able to meet up on the way there. So you guys are in a quiet, fairly, private side hallway with a small window that gives you a view into the courtyard, and you can see that Sir Alistair is there, standing sternly over his men. So, you guys have eyes on him, and the four of you are otherwise alone.
Sisters, brother, I intend to negotiate for the release of the Oryx.
All right. We planned on this, so he's going to want things in return. We want Orys. Wyvern's Rest is willing to give him Sir Lyn.
And what if he... Sorry, go ahead.
Instead of Orys. And we might also be willing to... and we're willing to give them an extra tithe of weapons and supplies.
Might I...
And what if he raises the objection that they are both murderers who both need to go to the wall?
Well, we do have at this point some evidence, although he would have to take my word for it and for Lyle Crickle's word, both knights, that Orys' story that he was attacked by these masked men, he did not actually kill Wooly Will, checks out based on the fact that he was attacked by very similar men in our own dungeons.
Well, I suppose if he's going to listen to anyone's word, it would probably be you and Sir Lyle.
I suspect so. Not that it'll be easy.
Well, is Sir Lyle able to speak at this point? Is a question.
He has been able to kind of growl.
No, I mean...
He's worded, though. He could write something else.
I mean, he can speak, just not easily or pleasantly. Yeah.
Might I also suggest, to sweeten the pot, we have among us a number of men captured from the attack and both attacks. Maybe, if your permission, Raina, we could... And I kind of look at Bela, I look back at Raina. With your permission, Raina, you might be able to offer them as well to sweeten the pot, so to speak.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Very well.
And we both nod.
Yes. We just both nod.
I may need all of your helps formulating the right words in this negotiation, but I think it'd be best if I at least take point on it.
These are excellent terms, and he needs to understand that.
If we could also subtly imply, without hurting his honor, that the alternative is to fight his way through our dungeons to recapture his man, without it being too obvious.
Well, there are certainly subtler, less likely to cause offence ways to say that.
From all that you have heard of Sir Alistair, that would simply make that happen. He is not a man that responds well to threats, not like most knights in Westeros. Like, among Westerosi knights, he is renowned for not backing down. I mean, remember, that's why he's on the wall, was he would not renounce his loyalty to Felicia's grandfather.
Well, then let us...
So
then let us leave that unstated, but...
He's a loyalist? That put him on the wall?
Yes, he would not swear to Robert Baratheon or renounce his loyalty to King Aerys and
That
the
is
Dragon
the
Throne.
All right.
Information.
Interesting. That you
Like,
say it
that's-
like
We'll send them wine, too.
So, brother, do you want us to be present for this negotiation, or do you want to be alone?
I would like you to be present, yes.
Very well.
But not me. Or, yes.
That was a plural you.
Yeah, I said
Okay.
us, meaning...
Need I use the royal you in the future?
Fine. No, it's fine.
Could-
It's fine.
Could we speak to the one prisoner we have who tried to kill Orys just a little bit ago. Perhaps he was there with the first group.
I vaguely recall that we left someone interrogating that prisoner, but I can't remember who or if that was definitely a thing we did. It felt like a thing that we would have done, but
we probably left generic people and just interrogate, because we did leave just NPCs interrogating people, but we haven't personally spoken to the guy or whoever would have been in charge of his debriefing.
None of us have personally spoken to him.
My only thought was if we could get information that would corroborate Orys's story, that might hold some weight.
You know, we can double this up.
It depends on if that one knows anything as well, though. Yeah.
Sure.
He does just have to corroborate the story to a degree. And we could double this up. You could approach him and give him two options. Death, or he admits his crime and goes to the wall. And then we can go to Thorn.
What? Oh, the guy that's down there.
To get the cutthroat to talk.
Right.
He need not know we already planned to send him to the wall if we have to.
Right.
There are plenty of places we can hang a corpse outside the walls of the castle.
Well, we have 19 we have 19 combatants. We have Sir Lyn. We have the resources of Wyvern's Rest. And Grandfather said to make it happen.
That's really the crucial bit, isn't it?
I want Orys with us, not on the wall.
Agreed.
Yeah, agreed.
All right, then. Bats look at the shoulder.
Do you wish to talk to the cutthroat first, or shall we go talk to?
No, he doesn't get that. We'll just decide what happens to him. That's fine.
Well, we were going to do that anyways. That's not the issue. We just aren't going to tell him that when we did ask him for information.
Right. That's fine. I just I'll do my very best to stay.
Oh, yes. Sorry, someone in chat out of character has quite rightly reminded me of a thing. Adam, I'll speak up with that. I would ask that we not send him Reginald, the small folk archer. We had tried to recruit him once, remember, and he refused, saying that he was, well, out of loyalty to his liege, who has now abandoned him. So if he can be speared the wall into our fold, I would prefer it.
I empathize. That Ghost Hill could use an archer of his quality, so I'd easily employ them in. We need to see how willing Alistair Thorne is to play ball before we just ask for anything else, though. If the man is as stubborn as they say, but I agree. I think it's worth asking.
Yes, and I expect with the 20 men that we will be offering him and weapons, I expect we can probably get Reginald thrown in, so to speak. What
was Reginald's crime again?
Poaching?
He was hunting in his liege's forest without permission.
That is a crime to the small folk, I suppose, and to the selfish lieges who would have it be.
Exactly. I feel it certainly somewhat extreme to condemn him to the wall for life for the sake of a deer.
I don't disagree. But
just don't let our negotiations for Orys be undone by asking for this archer.
An extra.
No,
in that case,
I just said if possible.
Yeah.
In that case, it would do us good to hold a few of our men that we might trade back if Alistair Thorne will take 15 cutthroats instead of 20. Very well.
If I were you, I would not offer everything all at once. You need to have somewhere to go if he refuses the first offer.
It is just like negotiations with a woman. I understand. I'm gonna go put my armor on so I look as impressive as possible, and I'll meet you all back here in about 30 minutes.
You see Bela
Right.
start like moving her spear about quite a bit and glaring at you.
What?
It's like negotiations with a woman.
I mean, you don't start with take it all off. Okay. I'm gonna go before I get in trouble.
Listen, Luke never gives a woman his best the first time.
No, you gotta leave him wanting more. Thank you, narrator.
The other possible and valid strategy would be to ask for the maximum that you want and negotiate downwards.
We're leaving that up to you, though. This is his negotiation.
Yeah, I'm this is just a bit of, I guess, not quite pep talk, but a little bit of friendly advice from someone who does this more. Yeah.
Well, you don't argue with Tolan's, I see. But understood. Like I said, I will dress appropriately and I'll be back here in 30.
We're not gonna spend a scene on that, so you were able to go get changed just fine.
Yep. All right, I will approach the stables with an eye towards Sir Alistair Thorne.
All right, so who all is going with Luke?
I'll be coming along and just being quiet in the background unless Luke asks for my help. Or gives me the nod or whatever,
Bela?
Yeah, I'll go, and I'm sure Brandon will probably also be going.
Had to step away for a minute, but yeah.
If I shift my spear, that'll be the sign for you guys to jump in.
Okay.
When so the code word is kill 'em all.
And if I stab Sir Alistair Thorne, that'll be the code word for everything's gone bad.
Oh, gosh.
So it's like you need to make sure you know the difference between this and this. So this is like stop, and this is kill everybody.
Oh, I thought this was kill.
So,
This is why we're having this conversation.
you make your way across the courtyard to the stables. Sure enough, there is Sir Alistair Thorne, standing as straight as a spear, lean and impatient, with arms crossed, and this shock of, silver going hair against his all black. Even down here in Dorne, he does not yield to the weather. He is dressed in Night's Watch garb. It's just a little bit lighter, but it's still long sleeves. He's got his mail on. And
It's only 2 layers of long johns.
Yeah. So he is standing there, and he's just shaking his head and looking disgusted at his assortment. And the lot of them are sprawled out and resting. One of them, Saren, a man-at-arms from the Riverlands, is bandaged up, and some of them are kind of half-assedly scooting water close enough for him to reach it or whatever. But Saren looks to be pretty injured. His right shoulder is a mass of bandages. His right arm is in a sling, and his left leg is up and splinted and wrapped in bandages. And you're pretty sure that is what Sir Alistair Thorne is currently trying to glare off. He does not like that this recruit is causing further delays by needing to heal, and he is making it clear that he does not like that. So he's just standing there sneering with disgust down at his assortment of recruits.
Sir Alistair Thorne, a word, please.
Oh, yes?
May we speak in private, or would you like to speak in your men? It matters not to me.
I have no men. And he scoffs at them and then turns and stalks. You guys are able to go, other end of the stables.
Yeah. I would like to discuss the fate of the Oryx with you. in light of the new evidence that has made itself clear.
You mean the bastard who slew his father?
The bastard accused of slaying his father, whose story he confided to me, was that masked men attacked them suddenly. A story that could now be corroborated, since masked men attacked him suddenly in our very own dungeons before the attack.
Yes.
Lyle Krakol can vouch for this as well.
And masked men attacked the lot of us. That doesn't mean that Chet didn't smuggle, that Donald wasn't a bandit, and that I didn't bend the knee to the dead usurper. We can't all blame our sins on masked men simply because we are attacked in the night by cutthroats.
You can't blame your sins because, as much as they may or may not be sins, they are yours. In this case, it seems the Aurochs is innocent of his crime he's been accused of.
That's not what I was told by the liege lord that I took him from. I've a writ calling him guilty of murder and choosing exile to the wall in lieu of other punishment.
Indeed, and until we can track him down, who is traveling, we cannot undo that. What I can do is give you my own word that he seems innocent and offer you something of equal or greater value in exchange.
Since last night's attack, I've been approached by several of your friends who have urgently explained to me the fine, upstanding character of this bastard Father Slayer, but who have repeatedly called him the 100 Slayer in the doing, and assured me that he is a fine and noble knight because of his capacity for violence, only some of which I glimpsed as the sun rose this morning. None of this is a compelling argument not to take him to the wall and let him slay 100 wildlings before he freezes.
And mayhaps one day he will choose that honor. But until then, I see no reason to force him if he's innocent.
He's already chosen.
He's been accused. He's chosen the only option he was given at the time. I understand your ways, and I know I cannot talk you out of that. But I can offer you something I think you would also like at the wall.
Have you another 100 Slayer hidden somewhere?
Something similar. I happen to have in my possession a knight of some repute, although, well, he's honor enough to have turned on his fellow conspirators and given himself up. But Lyn Corbray.
What of him?
He has surrendered himself to me, and his fate is mine to decide. And I will present his Lyn's sword as evidence, which I assume I'm holding on to in the time being, if possible.
Actually, I think Reyna had it and left it with grandfather.
Yeah,
But,
she
you know,
left with grandfather.
So, you want to offer me a man closer to my age than yours, renowned for his buggery of boys and love of coin, for one called the 100 Slayer, and for a piece of my honor.
I do not ask for any of your honor, which is why I present evidence that the crime the Aurochs was accused of is false. But I understand you may be tied to your duty, and that is why I offer you Corbray. I've also been given permission by Lord Makar to offer your men supplies from our keep, weapons and armor, which I believe the wall should desperately need. The highest quality.
seen the work your smith does. Lyn Corbray and your master smith, then.
Well, if my master smith has committed any crimes, you're welcome to take him. But we can send you arms and armor with your men, and we can even pledge additional arms and armor to come in the coming months.
Expand upon that.
Well, the castle's not going anywhere. It takes time to make such fine weapons. How many men do you have that need to be outfitted up there? A dozen or dozen more? 2 dozen?
What is it you would send with us if we leave as soon as Saren decides to recover or perish?
Reyna, what do we have available to give him immediately?
Felicia doesn't know.
Off the top, like without impacting the armory, to put a rather callous number on it, the number of people that died in last night's attack have available gear now, right? Like the number of garrison has gone down, so without any real change in inventory, you could send arms and equipment for 2 men.
We lost about 40 in the attack. Their arms and armor should do you much more work up on the wall than they will buried in the ground.
Offering me a dead man's weapons and armor is proof of their value. And how is it with the king dead? And he does sneer when he says the king. He says, how is it with the king's dead and his peace shattered? I'm supposed to transport arms and armor of 40 men, dead or not, along with my band of reprobates and one of the most renowned killers in Westeros.
Well, can you sail a boat?
He gives a disdainful snort, as though knights belong on horses, not ships.
I mean,
I could lend the Night's Watch a crewed vessel to see you safely to the wall, safe the East Watch by the sea, without having to go through any war-torn country. That would cut your trip from months down to weeks, I believe.
And what would happen to this ship upon our arrival?
I'd very much like it back, but it sounds like you would appreciate it joining East Watch by the sea.
If you've ships lying around, then yes, clearly we have a greater need for them in the north than you do in the south.
You'll need to travel to Ghost Hill, but I can give you a ship. My men will need to return, but they could see passage back some other way.
We don't merely need arms and armor. Grain
Men. Okay.
and beans.
Those
Salt
can be
pork.
arranged.
The markets of Ghost Hill could provide such things at my expense. A generous donation to the Night's Watch, of course.
And this is him thinking and being grouchy and stern and rolling ideas around in his head as you talk. And then he casts a look over his shoulder. Fine. Fill the belly of the ship with rice and beans. 4 barrels of salt pork. Arms and armor and bows for 40 men. And Lyn Corbray. You may keep your aurochs.
Very well. There's another matter my siblings would like to approach you about. It is another man of yours. He's no 100 slayer. But Reginald the Archer, if you have less qualms on getting rid of him, we have a number of cutthroats currently in our dungeons who will be executed unless they go to the wall. Would you be willing to trade them as well?
I am not some merchant, sir. Just present your full offer and be out with it. What is it you think this poacher is worth? Out of character, you guys have 19 men-at-arms, 1 cutthroat, as the current prisoners count.
Why don't we do 6 men-at-arms and a single cutthroat to make it a holy 7?
They will be much more adept at fighting wildlings than that young man who is adept only at killing deer.
How much time have you spent on the wall, boy? He says without turning his head to look at Adam.
Wait, is he asking me or Reginald? I'm confused.
Adam.
Oh.
He is asking Adam how much time he has spent on the wall.
None, sir. I squared
Do not tell me if we need hunters north of the wall more than we need King's Landing cutthroats.
Very well, sir. As you say.
Though, 7 men must be better than 1, no matter how good he is.
2 more barrels of salt pork, along with your offer. If we're not bringing a hunter north with us, we'll need that much more meat to feed these fools before they freeze to death.
I just like he has to remind us he's grumpy about them.
Yes, and his men. He keeps raising his voice to occasionally talk bad about his recruits. It's important that... Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, he just needs to constantly remind them that they are not men, and that they are all destined to freeze to death or find themselves in a wildling's belly before they will be of any use to the Night's Watch, despite his best efforts.
Rita, do you think you could... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
So he needs to make sure we all know that he's big mad.
Yeah.
Rita, do you suspect that the kitchens do have 2 barrels of salt pork while these men see them their way to Ghost Hill?
Yes.
That it's done.
Fine. Prepare the other prisoners and what goods we'll recover from here. Be ready to bring them to the coast. I will take those of my recruits able to walk and willing to try, and we will make our way to Ghost Hill. There I will secure a vessel. We will return here. By the time that we return to your coast, the other prisoners and the remainder of the goods will be made ready for us, including my crippled Saren, at which time we will leave. Once we are left in sight of the coast and out on the open sea of Dorne, Saren will either stand and walk from one end of the deck to the other, or he will be lost in an unexpected storm. Robert broke so hard he's laughing. He is ghosted on us.
I feel like what's going through Adam's head here is like, why do you want to bring him so bad? Then just leave him. Like,
he's basically the best of the lot, so he's mad at him for getting injured.
How dare
basically, like he was the closest thing that he had
Listen,
to an actual like fighting man. And he's like, and now instead he hurt himself and became the worst of them. Even Dagbert, that fucking idiot, can stand on his own 2 feet, right? So like, this is what you guys have been half hearing.
So-
Anytime you're near the stables all day, there's just this constant berating of Saren. And he's been like, why couldn't you throw Chet in the way of that blade? And like, right, like just that sort of shit, like all day.
He called him my Saren. I assume we've walked into a lover's squabble. And my Saren will remember my birthday, a game day next year, or he will be dropped off the wall.
So he gives a matter-of-fact nod at all that after you guys hear another like groan from Saren. And like Dagbert's like, it's okay, your leg will be fine by then. And then he like looks around at the other people like, am I lying to a dying man? Right? And like they're just trying to cheer him up and stuff, and you know, like to mixed effect.
If Sir Alistair is not like paying much attention to Adam, which I presume he's probably not.
Yeah, he's not. He
wants to just like very quietly have a word with Dagbert.
Okay. Yeah, Dagbert is just kneeling there next to Saren with the like a ladle full of water at the ready.
Right.
His hands are not terribly steady. He's spilled about half of the ladle full of water, but like he's waiting.
Sure, that's right. I mean, it's also fine if Saren like hears this because it is a general investigatory question. Hey, Dagbert, did you happen to see anyone open that side gate last night?
It was right before about 2 men come in. I think we killed the first one through.
Did you see who opened it? Could you describe them?
Oh, no. It was awful dark and there was lots of them, all dressed about the same in armor and such.
Are you sure? Out of character, very much putting on I'm trying to persuade him to volunteer information that he may be hiding.
Yeah, he is not hiding anything. He is just not very smart.
Sure.
And he is just letting you know that, yeah, some bad guys attacked through that gate. It was awful. He has missed your question. He's just yeah, no, that's where a bunch of them come through. Oh, no, they all looked alike, my lord. I couldn't tell one from the other. Plus, it was dark. Right, like he is earnestly offering unhelpful information, and you're pretty sure in a minute he's going to be like, some of them was up on the walls too.
Man, why couldn't Dagbert get stabbed instead of Saren?
Right, and that's exactly what Alistair's been saying all day. Like, why couldn't the 7 have taken you instead? Right, like that sort of damn you, Faramir.
Yeah, Adam just sort of went for him as a first instance because he has 0 guile, from what we can tell. So he is the one that Adam has thought is most likely to just tell me the information. And what about you, Saren? Did you see anything?
Saw a fucking axe, second too late. Saw a fucking spear, second too late. Saw all these Nymerian men-at-arms with shields and armor like I didn't have.
But
I saw plenty.
But you didn't see someone open the side gate?
It wasn't looking that way until they come through. We was sleeping. We was dicing. And we was up, but half sleep, some of the lads. We just heard the ruckus and went to look. I think it was Donald what got us. And he nods. Donald is a bandit from the Wolf's Wood up north. He is from the woods in the north and has traveled all this way with Alistair Thorne. And he's just like, the way he sees it, he has gotten a stay of execution for like a year. Because he's just coming all the way down the whole east coast or west coast and then across to Dorne, and now he's gonna make his way back up the north, So yeah, Donald's the one that thinks he is playing the system. He's a scarred, missing a bunch of teeth, kind of crow clever gleam in his eyes, bandit from the Wolf's Wood.
Okay, he'll be my next line of inquiry, but I didn't want to. I don't want to assume that Luke is done. So
they basically are. Alistair Thorne was agreeing.
Sure. Okay, that's fair. So yeah, Adam will pose the same question to Donald.
Donald gives you a smug smile that's especially smug for somebody with that few teeth. And he goes, "So what is it my lordship wants to know?"
Did you see someone open the side gate last night? And if you did you recognize them or could you describe them?
I didn't see nobody opening no gate, but I could tell you who I saw over there not long afore when I went to take a piss, and I can tell you what I heard not long after, once me and the lads was back in the stables, and I had me running dice interrupted by your guest right being breached.
Well, I'd be interested to hear that information.
Aye, and it might be I'm interested to hear something in return. Maybe the clink of coin. The rest of the recruits groan, and you hear this chorus of Donald, there's nowhere to spend coin. The fuck, Donald? Donald, you're not escaping a wealthy man, Donald. And
whores? I mean,
and they're Donald, we was dicing for sticks last night. What you want coin for? And there's just this groan and chorus of them in the background.
I'm not sure how much use coin is going to be to you on the wall, but if that is truly what you want, then
I know there's a brothel not far from the wall, and I know the northern lasses like copper as much as the Dornish folk. So,
I do, yes. So
I've tasted the cold of the north all my life, and I want coin enough to let some comely wench stave it off a night or two.
I'm sure I can arrange enough for a comely wench, maybe even two. But you have to give me the information first, and it has to be good, useful information.
Half coin in my hand for I'll remember anything.
It's holding us hostage for what? A fucking copper?
Probably about four coppers, something like that. Yeah. So yeah, I'll give him half of what I have so far promised.
He takes 3 coppers and tosses them in his hands satisfyingly, and then tucks them in his person in 3 different places. One gets tucked in a belt, one's in a boot, one gets tossed into his shirt, and then he gives a nod and then goes, "Aye, well, I went to piss, I did. You Dornish folk got some queer customs about goats and oil and such, but your wine was strong enough. So I drank my fill, I did, and then off I went to drain the snake. So he calls it up north. I took a piss, yeah? And when I was out there..."
I'm familiar with the practice, yes.
Yes, thank you. We also piss and Dorn.
So there I was, out back the stable. A gentleman not pissing inside, though horses get to. Not fair, that. There I was, pissing on your stable, and I saw a shock of pretty blown hair, and I thought to myself, there's a fancy golden-haired wench. And I heard a pretty laugh, too, I did. Only then, the moon comes out from behind these clouds, and I gets a better look, and crushing disappointment. The pretty laugh didn't go with the pretty blonde hair. The hair was on some Lannister boy, and the laugh was on some dusky-hued girl. So then, I thought, well, might be good for a show. Could be I'll flog the old snake. If you know that saying from the north as well, could be that the Dornish will live up to their reputation and such. And though they're... Anyways, nothing come of it. He didn't want to shag. It's a queer folk, that one. Lannisters and them Westerlander folks seemed all right when we was traveling through there, but nope, he was uninterested, he was.
And what gave you the impression that he was uninterested?
They didn't hump, boy.
Yes,
And
but
she was wanting to.
Yes, but was it a simple no, or was something else said? You said you overheard something said.
She was all giggling and throwing herself at him, and he was like, "Milady, let me escort you back to the feast." And must be a goat buggerer, that one. Got the Dornish itch, he did.
Right, well.
So then, since I wasn't gonna get a show, I come back in, and we was dicing a bit, and then it weren't even a minute later, all the ruckus started. And that's how old Donald knew that fella was a Lannister through and through, not just some yellow-haired Andal cunt. 'Cause the first thing I heard was a "hear me roar," right before the ruckus kicks off. And then, maybe a second or two later, as this high-pitched girly squeal, because the wench finally figured out something was afoot. So, I goes looking right round the corner again. Me and the lads are up and at 'em. I just went to go look, not wanting to offend my Nymerian hosts by defending myself while under your protection. So I was the first man around the corner, and there I see him. There's that yellow-haired knight fella standing there with just a sword in hand, and here I mean an actual sword. He didn't have his cock out. He's got a sword in hand, no shield to be found, and he's running at the gate. And there's that girl halfway twixt him and the gate, lying on the ground, wailing and screaming on account of she's about to be trampled by whoever knows how many fucking folk come running in. So to recap, in not Wolfswood Bandit jargon, Falea and Sir Davin Lannister were going for a walk, or at least they ran into each other when walking on their own. And he heard Falea trying to seduce Sir Davin. He heard Sir Davin politely and repeatedly refuse. He looked away, and then not long after, Falea was lying on the ground, closer to the gate than Davin, who was rushing in that direction to rescue her because she had tripped running away from the door and the oncoming horde.
Okay. I take it we didn't find Falea dead on the ground today.
No, she survived. Davin survived. Yeah, they are alive.
Right. Well, thank you, Donald. As promised, here is your other 3 coppers.
He gives a very satisfied toss from one hand to the other with his newfound wealth.
Yes, well, thank you. That was helpful.
Idiot fucking farm boy Degbert. You telling him whatever you had to tell him without even asking them rich folks for coin. Ha! That's why we're gonna kill you first up there. Let the wildlings fill their belly on fat farmer flesh, then the rest of us will be fine. And he sits down on a hail bay.
Bale of hay.
A bale of hay, there we go. Like he's
Hail Bay.
king of the world.
I feel like I should say Dagmar, stay away from him. Yeah, so that was useful. So yeah, Adam is going to go and report back to someone in charge.
So
And
by this time, you lot are all done with Sir Alistair and are making your way across the courtyard. So, Adam, if you want to report to the siblings.
Yes. So I have learned some information about the side gate right now. One of the condemned men saw Sir Davin and Philea by the gate shortly before it was opened. That she was propositioning him, and he refused. And then she was heard screaming as, well, there was the. Well, just let me get the order right. Sorry. Then he heard someone shout, "Hear me roar!" and then Philea screaming as men poured in through the gate, and Sir Davin, armed only with his sword, running towards the gate after it had been opened. I strongly suggest we question them both as soon as possible. I believe that one of them opened the gate.
That doesn't make much sense, but... Alright, let's go get him.
This corresponds with similar things I've heard from Helena as they've been investigating.
What things?
Oh, well, essentially that.
It may have been if it wasn't something premeditated, there is a small possibility that Philea may have opened it intending to flee outside, not knowing that there were others waiting to come in.
Damn lucky timing, but
yes, I don't think it's terribly likely, but I think it's important to have all eventualities in mind.
It's fair.
But unfortunately, I suspect we may have been betrayed by Sir Davin.
Alright, so who are you guys looking for first? And out of character, we're not going to split the party and have two of you go one out two there. We're just keeping things simple, doing it all together. So who do you guys go looking for first?
But Adam would recommend Sir Davin first.
I am with you guys. I'm just not taking point on this. So I'm there, wherever you guys are deciding.
Alright, we'll start with Davin.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. You are able to find Davin rather swiftly, checking in the Great Hall, which is the kind of default hub of activity, but especially because a lot of people have been busy all day and are only just now eating, like, after dark. So you maybe even just go to the Great Hall to go, hey, has anyone seen Davin? And, like, but there he is. And he is just sitting and eating. He's across the table from Elia Sandstorm, his new bride. And just sitting and gnawing on a Ren Fair turkey leg or whatever. I'm not making up a menu for this thing. But yeah, he's just sitting and eating and drinking. And yeah. So who is approaching and how?
Yeah, that is a good question. Who wants to lead to this?
I will. I will come up and sit next to him.
Milady. He stands until you are finished sitting. You know, like they gotta do. So he makes a point of standing up and then sitting back down. You can tell he winces a bit as he does. You don't see any injuries on him, but he's got that look of just moving like an old man a little bit.
So, Davin, I need you to tell me how you came to be the first at the South Gate.
I had
Don't
the
leave
honor.
anything out to protect anybody.
I had the honor of being the vanguard thrust upon me rather unexpectedly, I must admit. I may not have led that charge if I'd been given the option of fetching armor first. I cannot promise I would have been there first. But paraphrase the words of the she-bear's house. There I stood. I was near the gate when I heard them burst in.
Did you see Philea?
He is not a good liar. And he's also not particularly trying to hide it, but you can tell he subtly casts a look across the table to his wife first. And he goes, I did. She was fleeing from them. That is what inspired me to, and here he's clearly quoting his wife, act the fool and charge them myself.
What about before the gate was opened?
I did, yes.
Did you come upon her there, or where did she come upon you there?
My lady, I would not wish to besmirch the reputation of your
She's got a
handmaid.
reputation already.
How dare you? Philea is innocent of all charges.
Philea's reputation is well known amongst our family.
Leia's only crime is wanting to have a good time.
They actually named a sexual act after her.
Oh, God.
If you will pardon me then, the wine got the better of me, and due to the love held to your grandfather Makar, the privies were full, because he had so great many guests in attendance.
Correct.
And so, seeking to escape the heat of the keep, I took the night air. And he gives you this Lee, like, and also I pissed on your wall, right? Like, it's the unspoken part. It's, and I was on my way back in when young Philea found me, and we conversed. Briefly.
So, you pissed on the wall. And you were coming back in?
I was, and she approached me.
From?
A place of horniness.
And he stops and thinks, he goes, the northern door, I suppose. She was near the wall. Not the wall that I watered. I mean, just, and out of character, it's just a side door instead of like the main door to the courtyard. But you can tell he's trying to give precise stuff. But I suppose she was also fleeing the feast.
And she went immediately into what Philea does.
I assure you, my lady, we did not do what Philea does.
Right, but not
I
for her
am
lack of
mixed.
try.
I fear perhaps the wine got the better of her, and she was more forward than she likely intended. You hear Aunt Elia snort across the table.
Like, Aunt Elia also knows Philea.
We've all met
I
her.
offered to escort the lady back. She assured me that she was fine and wished to continue taking the air, as I believe she put it, she would take nothing else from me. And so I was on my way back across the courtyard to return to the feast. And the attack began.
Right. I pat him on the arm. Thank you.
I am happy to serve House Nymerian however I might.
I know he is. A very poor. Yeah. All right. Excellent. When you're already factoring in like our empathy and all that crap,
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, Adam would have been watching very closely for bullshit. Certainly.
He was reluctant to talk about Philea trying to seduce him. Just because you're not supposed to, like, especially when it's a handmaiden, and when he is a knight and married, like, remember that shit gets people whipped up north.
Yeah.
Right?
I figured that, like, even in the best circumstance, it would be uncomfortable. Certainly, yeah.
Like, imagine what Cersei would have done to a handmaiden that asked Jaime to dance, right?
Yeah.
Like, much less. Yeah, so you can. Yeah, that's the vibe you get.
Yeah, it was more watching for anything like conspiratorial or whatever it was. Yeah.
He was telling the truth, albeit reluctantly, but you all have the impression he was just trying not to get Philea into trouble for approaching a married man.
Yeah,
because like Cersei would have the skin flayed from her back for less than that, and he's still getting used to Dorne not being that. Yeah.
Cool.
All right, thank you. And like I said, the pat, and then I steal a piece of bread, and and nod to them like, find Philea.
Aunt Elia gives you a happy nod to see you eating, and then just kind of scooches the plate towards you and nods past you to her other nieces and nephews. Like you should
and I hand it pat behind me. To the next sibling in line.
And then she just nods satisfiedly, and goes back to talking to her husband.
All right. So now we need to find Philea.
All right. Looking around, she does not seem to be attending anyone in the Great Hall.
I'm gonna ask some of the other handmaidens if they've seen her.
Okay, 1 second. Yeah. There we go. Just wanted to clarify that theirs is not a sham marriage. It's just that Aunt Elia wanted a twofer. So she got Mary as part of the.
Didn't even know that was an option. Shit.
Yep. She got
yeah, you pulled yourself short there.
Oh
well. So yeah, looking for other handmaidens. Then again, the individual maidens that serve individual highborn, like Philea serves the twins and Mary serves Aunt Elia, tend to kind of have rank over the work and file small folk, because they're, in Mary's case, she's actually highborn. In Philea's case, she's been a personal servant to the house for years, right? So it's easy enough. Actually, it's Meredith Crane that you see kind of overseeing the other servants for a bit. And as you guys approach her, she actually approaches you and takes a few angry steps in your direction and puts her nose in the air. Says, I don't care what Honorable Sir Davin told you. She is a hussy who threw herself at your uncle. And like at mid-sentence, she realizes he's actually your uncle. And he turned her down. I am certain of it.
That's what he... Yes.
Mary,
I'm
I
also
love you.
certain of that.
Oh.
But
do you know where she is?
Have you spoken to her about this already?
Why would I speak to Philea about anything? Least of all, her attempt to seduce your uncle.
I wasn't aware of that.
This is cute.
Her tone is icy.
This is a cute look on you, actually, Meredith.
Hey, I've been quite busy, obviously, being married and having children, but what's going on with you and Philea?
Nothing. and that is how we are keeping it.
Do you
Bad
know where she
enough.
is then?
And she goes, have you checked everyone's beds?
Oh, I checked my own about an hour ago. She wasn't there.
No. I have not.
Perhaps she's in the stables fucking a horse or two.
Damn.
You are left with
Said
the,
no.
You are left with the evidence. Oh, yes, he did. And not for the first time. Just like your Aunt Elia said no, just like I said no, and yet, Philea continued to ask. She wanted us to stay away from your grandfather Makar's name day celebration and wanted to join us out at Red Feather Keep instead. And this was not the first time that she had asked us for such visits.
Curious.
And we have explained to her, of course, that your aunt and uncle are happily married and are not interested in such things, and that the peculiarities of their relationship are not a matter for every lowborn handmaiden to go thinking she understands the intricacies of. Oh, and did you hear Parman is engaged? I imagine she'll be throwing herself at him next. Though that Miranda Royce may very well say yes.
Ooh.
Huh.
Well, she might. If she likes her.
That's not what I do.
But yes, I understand quite well that Philea, once again, ignoring Davin's polite refusal, is what nearly got him killed. And if that lowborn cad
She wanted him away from there.
had not tripped and thrown herself at an invading army in a terribly symbolic fashion, no doubt he would have had better sense than to run directly at them head on, bellowing challenges without so much as a breastplate or shield to his name.
He did say he would rather have gone into that thing with some armor on.
Yes, well, no one gets to keep many clothes on at all around Philea.
Mary, thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
Siblings, I have an idea.
Thank me by sending her to the wall if you find her. And she turns and stalks off.
Wow.
So, this sounds all suspicious as hell.
Yeah, so I'm not sure I've understood fully. But yeah.
It sounded like she wanted Philea to butt out of their business.
Well, yes, but more than that, it sounds like
Judgingly.
Philea has a thing for them and was trying to keep them away from here. At the last minute, tried to get Sir Davin away from the wall.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, okay. Right, okay, I think I
And
get
she
it now.
could have. But if she'd overheard some. If she. I keep Bela. I'm like, she didn't tell us anything.
No, nothing.
No, because I think she's in on it. How about this?
But how?
Tracking her down may be difficult, but why don't we get her to come to us?
I just pardon me for a moment, but if Philea was in on this, she must have been communicating somehow. But all of our ravens were being intercepted. How was she able to know what day?
I mean, other kinds of birds can carry messages.
As can people.
Indeed.
Something to.
I assume Philea had free reign to come and go from the castle as she pleased.
She does.
Yeah, I'm sure.
She's been with us.
And as the handmaiden to the twins, it's not uncommon for her to find a courier or messenger and say, hey, deliver this for...
And who would question her?
Nobody would question her.
How about this? Why don't we spread the rumor that your cat of a brother is drunk and would like Philea to bring him several bottles of wine privately. And when she appears, we Question.
What is there a reason to not just go and find her?
I don't know where she is.
No, it's
She
fine.
has quarters. Let's go to her quarters.
I'm feeling like we. While it's not a bad idea for someone.
I like my idea better, but we'll do whatever you want.
If we definitely needed to deceive her, it would be a great plan. But I'm not
You
sure.
guys never let me seduce anybody. It's very
You're
frustrating.
married. Go seduce your wife.
I mean, look,
She would be in on it.
Look, I mean, I was presuming that you were doing plenty of seducing back home. I don't think this need not interfere with your seducing.
Yeah, but like personally, not like on a professional level.
I'm more concerned that someone we have trusted for many
Our
years.
Yeah,
lives.
sure be great to talk to her. Now let's go find her. She's somewhere, apparently.
So you guys look for her first and set a Lucaris trap second. Luckily, as it turns out,
A big box with a stick holding it up, and I'll be under the box.
Put a hot man underneath the box.
actually looking for her works. You go to her quarters, which are next to where Reyna and Bela traditionally sleep. Like she's like across the hallway from their rooms, right? Because she's available, and you hear muttering and cursing in Philea's voice, like under her breath, as she is rushing through her room, and like so.
I open her door.
She is hurriedly packing.
Going somewhere, dear.
Just looking for my fucking Tansy. I can never find it when I need it. Tansy is an abortive.
Yes.
Minton.
Okay.
And I'm hoping to need it. Now that all the excitement has died down, there are several men-at-arms that I think deserve a proper Nymerian thank you.
Does she have like stuff like to like? Does she have a go bag she's setting up?
Yes, she is. She is. Yes.
And
she is packing.
These coined clothes are for what exactly?
She has some saddlebags half packed. And,
As you do when you go down to greet the guys.
And she's just trying to find where I stashed the taxi.
I shut the door.
Rainer walks over and snags the saddlebags and turns them upside down.
7 no Maester Elston hasn't had any need for Tansy in decades. And rumors tell me Maester Ferris doesn't need it very much either.
You shut your
That's
mouth.
very clever.
Trying to chum up to Adam a little bit and a bit of joke. And you see her eyes darting around the room as the door shuts. And as you upend her bag, I'm just gonna give this one to Bela. She goes for a knife. She's pulling the knife from her belt.
I'm gonna move and grab her hands to stop her from picking it up. You won't be needing that.
Yeah. She curses and kicks at you some, but is not able to break your
Is this how your
grip.
handmaiden treats you two? Mine were much more gentle.
Ah, fuck. Fine.
And then my expression will go sour.
So
Fine. I was leaving.
In guilt?
In a hurry.
All right. Well, then let's give up. Just tell me why.
Why what?
Why are you bolting from the castle? Why are you bolting from Wyvern's Rest, where you've lived most of your life?
I'm gonna lead in towards Reyna and say, "Let me know if you want me to jump in, or else you got this."
We got this.
Why would I stay? I was nearly killed last night. Clearly, with the death of the king's peace is shattered, and I need to gather my things and find service somewhere safer. She's lying.
Absolutely. Safer than
persuade-
here. When we rebuffed the attack.
Barely. I was nearly killed. It's only the gallantry of Sir Davin that kept them from doing who knows what with me. Lying.
I take any other bag that's nearby and upend it as well.
No, she just had the one set of saddlebags, about half packed.
Sister, might I suggest that we ask her who persuaded her to betray us?
So, real quick, just upending, giving you a quick saddlebag inventory. After that, you do see like 2 sets of clothes, packed and ready to go. You see a small, like a traveling scribe kit type of thing, like a couple bottles of oil and some parchment, blank. You see, sorry, a couple bottles of ink and some parchment, blank. You see, underneath the clothes is a coin purse clanking rather pointedly with like silver trade bars in it. Remember those that I made up that are like counting as multiple coins?
Right.
Yeah, there's about a half dozen solid silver like ingot bars
Significant
in
amount.
there.
Pick that up. Weigh it in my hand.
The generosity of House Nymerian is long established, and I've been saving my wages for a very long time.
Drop it on the bed.
Fine.
Just
You know,
look at her.
sister, if her tongue is not willing to give up its secrets, and I know you may be emotionally attached to her, Lady Valeda isn't.
No. I'm fine. Philea. When did Littlefinger contact you, and how long have you been on his pay?
I will speak to you the Seven's truth if I have your assurance that I will live and will not be maimed. Out of character, what's left is exile in Essos or having her take a sister's vows. Like that's
Yeah,
basically the equivalent
Oh,
of
the
made pledge.
sisters.
I was wondering about that because becoming a silent sister means having your tongue cut out, so I don't know if she's counting that as.
Doesn't have to be a silent sister. Like you can still
Alright.
just ship them off to a nunnery, basically.
Oh yeah, okay, make her be a septa,
Yeah.
that kind of thing.
Yeah. So I'll tell you if you promise that I'll not be harmed.
Right on Bela, she's betrayed you, so what do you want to do?
I'd rather have the information.
You won't
We
be
can get-
harmed, Philea. You shan't be maimed. You'll live.
Fine. And she falls down into a chair. She says, so, what did the stupid little lion tell you?
We have 2 lions here, don't we?
I mean, Davin is the
Okay.
But yes, you do, but
That you came upon him outside when he was pissing, and you tried to seduce him and distract him? Again?
something like that. Messages by sea were easiest. And so, being able to spend more time in Red Feather Keep and being expected to travel to and from it more often would have made my life a little bit easier. And being there last night would have meant I got to avoid all of this unpleasantness instead of being tasked with opening a gate myself. But no, Elia needs to be content with 2 little fuck toys. So yes, I went to open the gate at the prescribed hour, and I saw a lion pissing on your wall. I tried to seduce him in order to get him close enough to knife, and he rebuffed me. So I waited for him to start leaving, slowly and drunkenly. Then I opened the door, and then he heard the damned thing open. So when he turned, I had to throw myself to the cobbles and look helpless, so he would defend me. I'm glad he didn't die, at least, and I'm glad I didn't have to kill him. But I wish he could have pissed in a different corner last night. A good deal of bloodshed could have been avoided.
His bloodshed.
Luke is gritting his teeth, and he's gonna say under his breath, "My wife and child were in this heat."
Two score people died last night. Just because it wasn't Sir Davin doesn't suddenly make it better. And our children were here.
If the walls in the courtyard had been taken, then I'm sure you would have had the sense, and she gestures at Bela, to surrender when the gate was threatened, and then there would have been no need for all these people to have been killed. They could have taken the big, stupid bastard from your dungeon and been on their way. But no. Davin had to be heard roaring, and the fools in the dungeon had to cock that up, and it wasn't supposed to be as bad as this. A few sentries were supposed to die. Do you even know the names of the men that were guarding the dungeon last night if the Strongboar hadn't insisted on being down there himself? Just small folk would have died. Just a few members of the garrison, and then you lot would have surrendered and all would have been well.
It's amazing she spent so many years with you two and doesn't know shit about you. I'm gonna kind of like turn and kind of walk away a little bit, just because Luke is very angry. He doesn't want to like murder her on the spot while Lorena's talking.
Adam, could you please fetch a guardsman? No.
I'll do it.
Can you ask Ned for for two of his guardsmen,
please? Is Luke volunteering to do that, or?
Yeah, I can do so, sister. My anger is getting a little out of control at the moment.
All right, you'll be out of the room for a few minutes, but
yeah,
it will not be hard.
Yeah, Adam will return to, like, he's standing with his back against the closed door, just kind of quietly seething in the background.
So, fine. That's what I know of last night's plan. And I'll swear on the 7 or whatever, but it's true. They were trying to get the big stupid bastard out of the dungeon, but then Krakal didn't have the sense to die when his throat was slit, and that buxom hussy had to be down there raising a ruckus as well. So then the rest of the plan had to happen, but Davin had to get in the way of that. And then the little Frey boy had to be on the walls and ruin that, and then the Sword of the Morning had to hold the fucking gate. It wasn't supposed to be this bloody.
What? And so your plan afterwards was just to continue on like nothing had happened?
Until nightfall tonight, yes, and then when the evening was darkest, I was going to leave. She makes a face like, duh. Like, she wasn't going to leave in broad daylight, stupid. What, have you never betrayed a house before?
Yeah, come on.
That's the look on her face.
Why would you agree to do any of this?
I need the money.
For what?
I was offered a lot of it.
What would cause you to need so much money that you couldn't just ask Reyna or myself?
Her features close up. Her eyes go half-lidded, and she closes her mouth down tight, and she suddenly looks reluctant to tell you this part. Like, she was all fine with blabbing about the plan and, like, confirming that it was Littlefinger and all the rest, but for this part, suddenly she looks like she's walling off again.
So, I feel like you're not going to answer that one.
So it was so important to you that you had to, in secret, betray us, but you couldn't ask us to help you for something that you clearly care a lot about. Why would you think we wouldn't also care? What in our entire time together makes you so sure that we wouldn't have helped you in some regard? What is it?
I owe a debt, and you could not. If you tried to help, he would not have accepted it. He would have known something was amiss. He would have known that I told you. Littlefinger bought my sister.
Bought your sister.
The rest of my family was not so lucky as to fall into the service of Lord Makar. Out of character, remember, she's a Soci, and was just kind of brought back on one of his trips back in the day. He was a younger man.
Wait a minute.
Like 10 years ago.
Wait a minute.
Not like a personal trip of his, but you guys have a lot of associate trade in that very kind of Dornish fashion, and that's, you know, she started working for you guys 10, 12 years ago. But yeah, it sounds like her siblings are slaves, or at least one of them is or was.
So what happens in theory, theoretically, if someone goes to Associate and buys somebody and then brings them back here and then forces them to live as a slave, is that legal?
Not particularly, but like slavery's not legal in America, but look at like immigrant live-in maid nanny types, you know, so it's
right, but it's not legal.
No,
correct.
Yeah, slavery is completely illegal in Westeros.
Right.
Yes.
It's one of the redeeming qualities of the laws, I mean.
When we destroy Littlefinger's little kingdom, I'll make sure your sister is freed. You will be in a mother house somewhere.
If he hears that I am compromised, he will kill her. My only hope was to flee and offer him what coin I had.
How do you know she lives?
Don't say that.
I don't trust him. I don't trust his word. He has already moved against us, rather openly. He will be destroyed. We'll stay here until matters are settled, and then you will go to another house. But you'll spend it in the cells.
Give her the coin? It's mine. I earned it. It's not from Littlefinger. I was saving up, and it's not just wages. I gambled some attorneys, and it's my money. Let her have it.
It's hers.
She stands up, and the door opens, and Luke returns with a pair of Knights of Starfall, and she just stands up and lifts her head and tries to look dignified and at peace.
So, did we find out why she did it?
Yes. Take her to the cells. She's to remain there indefinitely. No male visitors. Or if they are, they're not to be left alone with her.
If you have any, well, these are not going to know our guard, so I won't say anything, but we'll give them orders here in a moment.
Yeah, you guys will be able to.
And
All right.
thank you.
She does not fight on the way out. She is kind of meekly led away, but trying to maintain her dignity.
Sister, why did she betray you?
Littlefinger has her sister. He apparently bought her in Essos.
Bought her.
And then brought her back here. I assume. Who knows where she is? Or what's been done to her at this point.
Yeah, she just come to us. And I'll let the army myself. There's few greater sins in Westeros. Slavery.
It's true. Even the most powerful are brought low by being found guilty of it.
Before this is done, I will have words of Littlefinger.
I think you'll find us a queue, brother.
I'm okay with that.
All right.
What are we doing with her? We're holding her?
We're holding her until Littlefinger is dead. And hopefully her sister recovered. And then she'll go to a mother house to live out her life in service to the Seven.
It is of vital importance then that he not know that we have detained her.
I understand.
If he knows that she's compromised, as you said, he may harm her sister.
I understand. I very angry over what she did, but I have to keep in mind she is on a knight. If threatened in such a way, I might do I don't know what to keep you two safe. You three, really. Well, I was thinking sisters, but like I said Adam too. It didn't matter. Like,
Well, yeah, I guess we just have to
I would be
as
like,
well.
I don't know. He's got this shit.
Adam does not got this shit.
I mean, yeah, but still.
No, that's fine. I understand your meaning.
Dude, these people like this.
Ugh. Now I'm
So
going to tell grandfather that.
Ah, shit. That means it wasn't the Lannister.
No, it wasn't.
Huh.
This time.
I think he will.
All right, it's fair.
I think he may appreciate knowing rather than not knowing, at the very least.
Oh no, yes.
Brother, did you intend to take Reginald with you back to that ghastly castle of yours? Because I was serious. I could use some good archers back at Ghost Hill. Now I'm giving up a ship. Oh, shit.
First, apologize for calling my castle ghastly. And then we will continue
I'm not lettered enough to know the proper synonym to ghastly. Gareth?
Grand.
No,
Let's try grand.
I don't.
After all, brother, it is the largest castle in the realm.
That's right.
Yeah, I can't believe I'm saying this, but size is not everything. The longest beard does not always win the joust.
Well, if we're carrying on that analogy, I also know how to use it. I had not planned anything beyond acquiring Reginald. Well, that doesn't sound right. Releasing him into our service. I hadn't made any strong plans since then. I thought it might be prudent if he is released to us that to ask him.
Okay, That's fine. If you have no need for his service or can do without, we can definitely use some archers down in Ghostville. So.
Sir Robert is already in my service, so I.
Oh, that's right. You have Sir Robert. Oh, okay. Well, I'll trade you. What's it all for Robert?
I will not lack for exceptional archers in my service. But if he has a strong desire to come to Harrenhal, then I'm inclined to do that. But I'm not yet. I'm not set on him coming with me.
You guys are gonna dicker over him. I'm going to go speak to Grandfather.
That's a particularly chosen verb, sister.
And I will tow Bayla with me so that she doesn't have to watch it either.
Yes,
well, we will go with. It is just the minutia of arms that we are worried about.
Uh-huh. Arguing over who gets to keep this super awesome archer.
I'm just gonna give her a shrug, and I guess we can cut seat or whatever.
So I don't have any particular response for Grandfather planned, so much as you just informing him about the Philea thing. Are there any
cool
other
story, bro?
Yeah. I mean, he's gonna be upset or whatever, but like, it's not gonna impact the plot or have anything particularly cutting to say or whatnot. So, are there any other conversations looking to be had this night before you lot are heading out in the morning?
Making love to the wife. That
I would
is.
like to have a brief. We don't do that on screen, Robert.
Tomorrow, baby.
I didn't say. Well, I mean, okay. So here's how we're gonna do it.
No.
No.
No, it's not that kind of stream, man.
I would like to have a brief conversation with Willis.
Okay. We will cut to Willis and Reyna in their chambers that night as everyone is finally getting ready to go to sleep.
Does he already know he's going with us?
Yes.
All right.
You guys packed stuff together, etc., etc.
We have come into a lot of new information.
Yes, a lot of very troubling new information.
In the last day, 3 days, whatever. I don't even know how long it's been. It's been a very short amount of time. But
day. It was last night was the attack.
There many secrets have come to light, and there are more to come. And I can't tell you what they are yet.
Well, as I'm given to understand, we're traveling to Storm's End. As I'm given to understand, that's where Grandmother is.
Yes.
And not to worry. I'm sure she'll tell all of us exactly what to do as soon as we arrive. So we needn't worry about much, except doing what she says. New information or not.
I do want to prepare you that I may have to disagree with her.
Oh. Oh, then.
I don't anticipate it, but it could happen. I don't know what she and Grandfather already have in place. I just know that there are many decisions yet that have to be made, and not by your grandmother. And she's probably not going to like it.
I believe she's disagreed with that idea for longer than we've been alive, but I wish you good fortune with it. Perhaps I should stay here instead.
No.
Fine.
Your father made me promise that I would not tell you the secret, and that I would wait and allow Lady Olenna to tell you. And it doesn't sit well with me, but this is as needs must.
Well then, I look forward to our trip to Storm's End, to be reunited with my beloved grandmother and see to her safety, to learn whatever tremendous secret it is that awaits, and to wager on which of you will survive the argument. all dreadfully exciting, and all the more reason we need a good night's sleep, my dear.
All right, that's it. Okay.
All right. We will fade to black as they go to sleep, and we will take our midstream break.
Oh,
And when we come back, it will be the next morning as the Nymerians are getting ready to leave. So, we'll be back in a couple minutes, everybody, and we will see you in character tomorrow, out of character in like 10 minutes.
bye, guys.
All right, welcome back, everybody. You are able to enjoy a lovely view as the sun is rising over the Dornish Sea out in the distance, and it crests the red mountains of Dorne and starts to illuminate the courtyard of Wyvern's Rest, where the young scions of House Nymerian are gathering along with a maester and a heir to Highgarden, and preparing to take their leave. The plan is to ride to the coast, get on the ship, go north. But first, we're gonna take care of a little bit of bookkeeping from late last night.
Okay, well, the way I had pictured it.
No.
That's it.
No.
I mean, I thought it was going to trail off.
So, yeah, sorry, that took me a minute there, like, wait, what?
So, rather than being able to go immediately to sleep, Adam and Maester Ferris decided to stay up for a while and give each other a workout,
I can deal with this.
trying to decipher some stuff.
Yeah.
So, what we are going to do is, first off, you have a choice of what book you are deciphering. You've got everything from 260 to 296. Pick a year except for 281. That's the one that's missing. That's the height of the war.
Yeah, so Adam would want to be in agreement with Ferris about where to start, but Adam would probably suggest starting with either the book immediately before or immediately after the ones that are missing. Probably.
It's your call.
I don't know. Anyone else got thoughts on?
This is your project.
I know.
I think after we'll have probably the most likely chance of having information on where it was put, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Plus, he plotted this shit for like a year beforehand. Which
Yeah, that's what I'm like, you know, and I don't know enough about like him as a person to go like, would he have like planned this all 400? Yeah. So like, Adam is going to suggest starting with the one immediately with the 282. Is that right?
All right.
282
it is. And now that we know what you are deciphering, it's time to decipher. So this is going to be a cunning test with the decipher specialty.
Yep.
You get +3 bonus dice for having the red book in your possession.
Yes, carry on. I'm getting extra dice.
And then give yourself another +1 bonus die for having Ferris help out.
Nice. I knew I kept him around for something.
This is the sex.
The gentleman does not. Right. Okay, so the 3 for having the red book, are those bonus dice or kit dice?
These are the bonus dice, and so is the bonus die from Ferris.
Yeah.
So you're still only keeping your cunning dice,
but
they should be pretty good dice because you've got lots of bonus ones.
It says roll 8, keep 3. And yes, there is a 6 and 2 5s, so that is 16 for the first roll.
Okay. It is a difficulty 15 test.
Phew.
And for each degree of success, you are deciphering parts of book and starting to put things together. So just so you know, what's going to happen is each degree of success gives you a 1 out of 6 chance of basically puzzling out what's in the journal for that year. So if you want to spend a destiny point, if you can, to get a +4, that would make it a 20, which would be a 2nd degree of success, which would then make it a 2 out of 6.
Yeah, so that's just a no-brainer. I will spend a destiny point to get the extra degree of success then.
All right, yeah. So if you've got if it was a 4 or better that you were dropping, that would do it. So, all right then. Roll the 1d6.
That's a 6.
Nice.
Not nice. It's a 1 or 2. In order to get it. So it's the 1 and 6, the 1 or 2, and then work your way up. So, you are able to make some progress on it. You're able to start picking out words and phrases, etc., etc. 1 second, as that exceptionally loud vehicle makes its way past our home. But yeah, you're able to start picking things out. You're able to start making sense of it and make some progress. But you're not quite able to put together between deciphering and reading. You're not able to put together that year. But as a note, it takes about an hour per attempt.
Okay,
so you're
that's
going to be able to take some when you guys are sailing and stuff.
cool. That's helpful to know.
Yeah.
Good.
So this is what I've worked up to. You still got to work for it. You're not going to just get everything at once, but you should be able to make enough checks that they'll work out. And also, when you're spending more than 1 hour, which wasn't this kind of freebie first session, you can save them up. So you can go, hey, I study for 3 hours. I have if I got 1 degree of success each roll, you can wait and then have a 3 and 6 instead of a 1 and 6 3 times or whatever.
Right.
Is that making sense? So
yes,
you can kind of, that's how we're handling this montage of deciphering. That's how the progress will be made.
Yeah, I think because that first roll was that was like too short of the maximum I could possibly roll naturally. So I think I'm probably going to store up multiple hours. Yep.
So it's going to take some time, but you're sure that you will get these journals eventually. Which, there's stuff to them. All right.
Rusty, while we're doing bookkeeping stuff, literally in some cases, real quick, my thought was with the Alistair Thorne stuff was that would be worth at least a wealth point. Is that what you were thinking, or is it more or less? Basically, the supplies we agreed to send them. I agreed to send them.
Don't worry about those.
Okay.
It's hand wavium, a lot like fixing up Wyvern's Rest is just happening. Like, you're not dedicating house actions to it. Yeah. It's fine. It does not require an investment in this case. It's
okay. Okay, cool.
All right. So now it is the next morning. So Adam, you did have progress last night. You were figuring out how to do the thing. You are piecing together his fairly complex code. So that's unfortunately you don't have any news of what you read, but it is the next morning. And as you lot are waiting for Grandfather Makar, who has insisted on coming down and seeing you out himself, there's a bit of a ruckus and fuss on a side door leading out into the grand courtyard. And as is often the case when a voice is raised in anger and scorn, you see Sir Alistair Thorne. And he is making his way out of his, and you're like, oh yeah, no, he was staying over in that area. He's making his way out and into the courtyard, and he is leading Sir Lyn Corbray, who is in shackles, and the shackles are being tugged unnecessarily by Sir Alistair Thorne, who just likes to be mean to people. These are the shackles that were on Orys. Orys does look a little smug, standing there with you guys like packed and ready to go. He looks very angry at Lyn Corbray, but does not like rush across the courtyard and brain him or whatever. He's like, it's fine, other people figured this out, like whatever, but I'm going to look satisfied at at him wearing those chains instead of me. So that's what you got. Yeah, Sir Alistair Thorne is leading him right through the middle of the courtyard.
I assume it.
Ignoring. Go ahead.
My assumption is it's happened, but I'm going to make sure that the his sword goes north with him, even if he doesn't have it at the moment.
Yeah, and grandfather has the sword.
Okay.
You will take care of it. Yeah. And yeah, Sir Alistair is aware of the bit of a pall that falls on the courtyard as this knight, suddenly in chains, must have had something to do with this attack, yada yada yada, is now being led across the courtyard, and like guardsmen stop and are murmuring, and the archers on the wall, like one of them spits, and like a lot of people are like, first off, that's Lyn Corbray, who broke the Dornish lines and slew a prince of Dorne in the rebellion, and second, he led the attack or something on our keep day and a half ago, and like just it's one of those moments, right, where the hustle and bustle of the morning stops, and Sir Alistair is leading him purposefully through the middle of the courtyard to make sure that everyone sees. And you hear Sir Alistair, I don't want to say, he's not like talking to himself, but he's kind of narrating with like, see that night? Get used to it. That's the look you're going to get for the rest of your days. That's life on the wall. And if you can't handle it here, you'll not be able to handle it there. And then an unnecessary tug to pull Sir Lyn off balance and that sort of thing.
This guy, oh my god.
He's just such a dick.
I am
magical dick.
I am once again not exaggerating him very much at all.
No,
like, one of the first speeches we see from him in the books is, "I'm wasting my time teaching you all. You're going to die in the cold like flies." Right? I mean, like, he's just not a friendly guy.
He makes Stannis look warm and amiable.
Yeah, that's fair.
Nice, snuggly.
Yeah.
So you lot notice, though, that unnecessary yank on Lyn Corbray's chains almost trips him, because Lyn Corbray is stopping, or trying to like walk slowly, and he's gawking off to the side as he sees you lot packing, and it looks to catch him aback that you are leaving and not merely him being across the courtyard. And I was going to say Alistair Thorne doesn't care, but that's an unnecessary statement. Alistair Thorne does not stop or slow, right? So he keeps trying to drag Lyn, but you see Lyn plant a foot and start to pull back and actively slow down. And he goes, Adam! And then there's a bit of undignified tug of war.
Adam is a little taken aback at being called to, especially by him, but will stop what he's doing and sort of tentatively take a few steps nearer.
And he goes, and he tugs again against Alistair.
What
Luke,
is it you want?
Bela, where are you going?
Why do you need to know?
You're not going to go try and fight him, are you? With this?
Why do you care? You made it quite clear that there is no room in your world for anyone but you.
If you're going to try and go kill him, take me with you. If that's where you're going now, you'll need me. Just tell me you're not going after him with just... And he gestures around at, like, the still under-repaired courtyard and your kind of scuffed-up forces.
We are not going after Littlefinger at the moment.
But we will.
7 hells we will. But not today.
All right. You.
And if you had wanted us to need you, you should have made different choices, Lyn.
As long as you're not riding off there now, it's fine. I'll just
Like, this is just seriously, like, Adam is perturbed by this because this is not, like, there's no, like,
Boy, your ex is problematic.
there's no smug joke cracking or, like, there is, like, this is not like him, so, like, Adam is very kind of not sure what to do with this, but still angry.
and the dragging continues at about half speed, and he is glaring at the back of Sir Alistair Thorne. He is then looking over at you guys, glaring at Alistair, just dragging slowly.
Sir Lyn.
And then he struggle. He can't really stop more than he already is. So you can talk to him.
It will not be easy, but find purpose up there. That's my suggestion.
Maester, you'll. He's tugging on the chains.
Is he shouting at Ferris or someone else?
Yes, shouting at Ferris. And then a couple of the Night's Watch recruits start in, and they're like, "Yeah, Maester, Saren's hurt awful bad," and like, it's that recruits at boot camp banding together type of thing, where like they're all like looking for excuse for the Maester to come over, and Saren's like, "Yeah, leg took a turn, I think." And Dagbert's like, "No, it's fine." And they're like, "Duh," right? He gets the elbow in the ribs.
Lie.
And Maester Ferris takes about 2 steps across the courtyard towards the stables, and then stops and looks at Adam in a questioning way.
Well, like if he's kind of close enough to Adam, like Adam just like with a very sort of light touch to his elbow, be like, just, you know, be careful. But I suppose you can at least see if you can help him along a bit.
And Ferris pulls a small, like, medicinal kit that he had just packed a minute ago. Perfect timing, Lyn Corbray. God damn it, kids. We said we were leaving at sunup, right? So he pulls his little pack off.
But I didn't use the bathroom.
Off his saddlebag. And he heads over.
I don't have my shoes on.
And as they get to the stables, Sir Alistair gives a dedicated spinning with his hips behind it type of tug on the chain to throw the high and mighty Sir Lyn Corbray down into the stable muck to land on his hands and knees with the other recruits. And like nobody helps him up or whatever. He just sits there for a second and then rolls over and makes it look like he just wanted to sit down on the dirty stable floors, and kind of tosses his hair out of his eyes. And Ferris approaches.
Yeah, can I just check like that I didn't misinterpret the like Ferris looking to Adam? Like, was he asking for Adam to come with him, or was he just asking Adam if it was all right for him to?
Asking Adam, like, should I go? Was the look. So, Maester Ferris approaches, and as he hovers over Saren and checks on his bandages and stuff, Lyn Corbray is clearly talking. You can't hear him, but you can see Lyn Corbray is speaking at a conversational tone. In response, Alistair Thorne hawks and spits at him. The other recruits are looking around questioningly, and then one of them kind of elbows another in the ribs and nods towards Adam, and then they start to like whoop and catcall and do construction worker when a pretty girl walks by at Adam, and they start to take this private conversation very public with, yeah, I'll write you too. I'll learn letters if it means just send me dirty pictures. Once we're in the north long enough, I won't mind a crippled boy. Woo, woo, ha, ha, right? And they are all clearly catcalling Adam in response to whatever Lyn Corbray is saying to Ferris. And Ferris has gone kind of neutral and careful clinical professional features.
Yeah.
And he stands up and he doesn't quite turn to Lyn Corbray. Just kind of does this over his shoulder thing and he nods. And all the Night's Watch recruits cheer as though they have won something. And are clapping each other on the back and that sort of thing. And then Maester Ferris makes his way back across the courtyard with a rueful shake of his head. Saren is fine. I swore to Lyn Corbray that I would not intercept any ravens he sends us at Harrenhal.
I don't understand why.
And he stuffs the little like herbal pack, back into his saddlebag. He clearly does not look happy about telling your ex that he's not going to like check your phone. But yes, it looks like he has agreed to not be in the way of Lyn Corbray trying to contact Adam in the future.
I don't understand. Why would he want to write to me? Like, he... Never mind, we have things to do. But, like, Adam will cast like a quite long and confused look in Lyn's direction before going about his business.
And just then, as the hubbub dies down, and Alistair Thorne kicks a few of them back into silence and respect for their betters, you see that Grandfather Makar is stepping out into the courtyard, flanked by Maester Elston and the Hardsider, Master-at-Arms of Wyvern's Rest, who is carrying a sheathed longsword with the sword belt kind of wrapped around the hilt. And so, with a nod from your grandfather, Sir Derek Fossaway of the Reach delivers Lady Forlorn to Sir Alistair Thorne. There's no big, speech or anything like that. He walks it over and hands it to him. They both nod matter-of-factly, and that's that. As grandfather has been making his way down the stairs and over towards you lot and your horses.
I wish I'd gotten Orys to smash that pommel with a hammer. Then he'd have a broken heart too.
I pat Adam on the back. Grandfather.
And grandfather stops a few steps away at a polite distance. And he looks up at the lot of you in turn, as though reassuring himself that you are, in fact, several years older than when this campaign began, and that you have left Wyvern's Rest before and returned safely, and that you have all killed men in the past and survived, and that you will leave now and you will come back, and that you are all not failures on his part. It's that sort of just long, slow look at each of you. And then the Blood Royal and Warden of the Stoneway falls to his knees on the cobbles
What?
of his courtyard
Oh no.
and just looks up at you lot and says, "Return so you can say you forgive me. I beg you." And he looks to like all of you, and the last bit is right at Reyna.
Are you okay?
Ah! Reyna gets off the horse and goes over and helps grandfather up and embraces him.
I'd go with you.
Gives him a kiss on the cheek.
Yeah, I think
Grandfather,
I'll join
Please
as well.
stand. We're in the courtyard.
That's just too much.
All right. He returns your warm embraces with a strength born of desperation and not wanting to let go.
I didn't always understand the decisions you made, grandfather, but I understand them better now. Doesn't forgive. Not to me, anyways.
We will keep the children safe. And he nods confidently at that note. We will be here when you return, but you must return.
We'll return
hold
with
you to that.
everything we're leaving to get.
And he kind of straightens himself and adjusts his robe, and is Lord Makar again instead of your grandfather for a moment, after having the mask fallen, and he nods, and just kind of stands there, looking worried as you are then remounting and preparing to leave.
Oi.
Make sure you eat what Bessa brings you.
Orys reflexively answers. He's like, "Yeah, no, she got me 2 picnic bags just for today."
Not you, Orys.
Oh.
There's no question about you eating what she gives you. This is why we make sure we don't have our hands anywhere near your mouth when you're eating.
Oh yeah, you can't give him food. It's dangerous.
So grandfather just gives a little chuckle and a wry nod. You will be well. I will see you again. I order it.
But your orders will be followed.
Give my regards to the Lady Olena and to Lord Renly, and to those that saw the lady safely to Storm's End. I will... I will hear what news you send me, which I suppose is the 7 being just in their way.
We will keep you briefed, Grant. It will be our. And
Grandfather.
I leave.
Grandfather,
right.
make sure Lady Tolan is apprised as much as you believe is necessary for the coming events.
She told me that I should speak to her mother, or she would take at least 1 Makar from Wyvern's Rest and flee into the Sea of Dorn with them. So, yes, I imagine we'll be getting a visit from your mother-in-law soon.
Thank you, Grandfather.
All right. And then he just gives another little kind of sad nod and watches his grandchildren ride away, just like the campaign started.
The rest of you are ready. I have had men re-Christian the ship we're taking. I hope you'll appreciate the name.
What did you rechristen it? I'm sorry.
Oh, well, we get there, you'll see.
Okay.
Very
You
well.
you guys get there. There's
Right.
there's nothing on the ride. You are
Nothing happened.
yes, you are escorted
Right.
by
So white,
Sir
we
Davin
go white
Lannister.
to the next scene.
Yeah, like you are escorted by Sir Davin and Aunt Elia, leading a dozen of their archers, along with a dozen members of the garrison. You guys are safe on your trip out there. They peel off and go back to Red Feather Hall. You guys are just past Red Feather Hall to the ships. So what do we got?
As we crest it, you'll see the lead ship we were taking has been renamed Wyvern's Hope.
Aw,
Nice.
that's cool.
That is
Good
very
name.
cool.
And Q Sea Voyage. I'm not going to try and make realistic travel times out of the maps of Westeros
Ah,
Because
season
George
6
R.
it is.
because George R. Martin never did.
Yeah,
So
speed of
what
plot.
what we're gonna do
And D&D
It's-
never did.
Right.
is say that it takes you guys most of a day to get to Storm's End, okay? Which is going to turn into 12 hours because you're also not under like the best of conditions. Just captain's quarters are for like reading, maps and whatnot, but it's just still not ideal conditions in a solar somewhere. But we're gonna call it 12 hours of potential decryption time as you lot are sailing up the coast and making your way to Storm's End. So, let's get some decryption dice out.
Yeah. Is it the same again?
Yeah, it's gonna be the same roll, including
Okay.
the bonus for Ferris.
Sure. And do you want me to declare how many hours I'm devoting to it, like in advance, or
My
gonna-
assumption is you're going to want to do all 12 hours. Like, that's just kind of the max. Because you guys are, make your way north
Yeah.
and then east and then up and around Cape Wrath and then all the way, so it's rocky sailing, but I'm not going to make you guys make any rolls to, like, not sink or whatever. It's just
Sure.
busy. But yeah, so you've got 12 hours of it.
There'll be tea
so,
breaks in between, but like, yeah,
Yep.
more or less.
so just roll number 1.
Okay.
And also, I'm assuming you're keeping on book 282.
Yeah,
to
I
start,
figured.
right?
Well,
Okay.
yeah,
All right.
yeah.
So, all right, go ahead.
Oh, that was 17 on the
Okay.
dice.
That's
And
1
I'll-
degree of success.
Yeah, I will fling my last temporary destiny point into bringing that up
Making it 2.
to make
All
it
right.
2. Yeah.
So, 2 degrees of success in the first hour.
Yes.
Roll it on.
Yeah. That was not as good. That was 14, so that's just 1 degree of success. I'm going to stick with that.
A 14 is a failure. You need a 15.
Oh shit. Ugh.
So, it's fine. 2 hours.
Yeah, I
2
think there's
degrees
nothing
of
else.
success. All right, next up.
Another failure. Ah, that's much better. Right, there we go. Okay, that is 16.
All right.
Um,
You currently would be at a 3 out of 6 if you wanted to cash in. You've got 8
Oh.
hours of research left.
I will keep going for now.
All good.
It was just a matter of whether I was going to keep, whether I was going to use Destiny or not. Right, so that is 15 for that one.
Okay, that's hour 5. Go ahead.
4. 15 again.
Okay.
That was 5 out of 6, yeah?
Yep.
Do one more just to be absolutely sure.
All right, hour 7.
Damn, I think I failed that. Yeah, that's 13, so that's a failure.
Yep.
Ugh.
Hour
What
8.
hour are we at now? Hour
This is
8?
hour 8 now.
Okay, try again. Damn it, 14 again.
I won, man. This is sucking.
Sorry?
For the record, I'm gonna let you start doing them in a couple hour bunches later on.
Okay.
It's just to see how much you get on this particular leg of the journey, because it
Yeah.
could matter with conversation. So,
Absolutely,
but
yeah.
yeah, this is up to hour 9 now.
Hour 9, I get 3 6s, so definitely success.
All right,
and
so
I
that
think, oh yeah, there's no point in spending Destiny to get an extra because it's
so that does get you to a 6, and you are able to make heads or tails of the journal from the year 282. And then you swiftly realize that part of the problem you were having is that a lot of this isn't complete sentences like you were expecting from a scion of House Valerian. And like even you've said or seen in some of his other stuff. Because this is, after all, the first of the like mismatched weird sets of cheaper books. And you can tell that a lot of what he's written has been under less than ideal circumstances. Some of it's smudged because it got wet not long after he wrote it, or because he had to slam it shut right away. And like you make out one spot where they're like, someone is coming, and then the whole thing is blurred. So like he slammed it shut before it had a chance to dry. And a lot of it is sentence fragments and like bullet points and short, sharp notes. In what you realize is, some of his first writing on the run. And you're able to make out it's the names of houses that he's been staying at. And you are able to quickly, given your family, he was bouncing around from loyalist house to loyalist house. He was kind of couch surfing in hiding while loyalists were still being hunted and that sort of thing. So you actually do make out a note that says Thorn sent to the wall as like one of his paranoid notes of like, shit, look what's still happening to loyalists that I'm hearing about. And he visited House Dairy. He visited a couple different Reach houses. He visited a couple different Dornish houses. But yeah, this first year of it is just kind of hurried notes of I hope so and so will take me in, and then like they hosted me for 3 days and nights, and then the threat was too great, and and then he's constantly having to leave places, maybe out of paranoia, maybe out of concern, because an awful lot of land was changing hands after the war as people were ratting out loyalists. And you guys, like, that's how you lost the Dannet lands, right? House Ironwood was like, hey, Robert, remember that they didn't fight for you? And, right? So it looks like he was just kind of dodging that sort of shit, ducking from loyalist house to loyalist house, and then invariably worrying about some neighbor and leaving again. So that was his year 282, was being on the run, basically.
That makes sense. What I would like us to be doing while we're doing this deciphering, then as we're getting place names, I would like to be like charting that course on a map or something, so that we know, so that if we have to like stop decoding and just make a guess, like we'll have something to go on next. Yeah, you
guys will be able to compile that if it's needed. But you are able to quickly notice that there's clearly no end game in this whole year of journal. It's just get away over and over again. He doesn't seem to have a place to go. He's literally just kind of ducking, the FBI, right? Like it's that sort of vibe.
Ferris, I'm thinking perhaps we should move to the very last book, because I'm thinking there might be a better chance that his plan will be more firm at that point, and also we will feel like complete fools if we decode every book and find that all the information we need is in the last one. So I'm wondering if we should check
For the record, I am not going to give you any advice on what years to look at. By way of Ferris, it's all up to you. Just wanted to be clear.
No, I know. I'm just in character. This is me, like, out of character. This is an in character way of me saying I'm going on to the last book next.
Yep, that's just fine. I just wanted to make it clear to you and to viewers that I have done my part writing these journals. I am not going to tell Adam, by way of Ash, where to be throwing darts at the board. I'm going to have fun and see what things he slowly uncovers. So,
that's
moving
right.
on to... Yep, yeah. I got you. The year 296. And you've got our 10, 11, and 12 left. So you've got 3 rolls to make.
That is looking promising. There's 6 and 2 10s, so 16.
All right, our 10 gets you a thing.
Oh, wait. I'm going to fling a destiny at that.
Make it 2?
Yeah, I think, like, if I've got the opportunity to do that, so I'm going to do it.
All right. Our 11.
That is 2 6s and a 5, so that's 17. And I might do it again, actually. Yeah, I think I'll do it again just to try and make the most of the time.
All right. And then you've got 1 more roll to make. You're currently sitting at a 1, 2, 3, 4 chance of
4, yeah.
Decoding a year, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to try and get like as many successes as possible before we do this. That is 2 6s and a 5, so that's 17 again. And I'm going to hang on to my destiny points this time and take the chance that...
All right. So you've got a 5 out of 6 chance. Roll it. You're looking for not a 6.
2.
All right. You are able to decode the year 296 as well. Also, give yourself a destiny point for finishing 2 books in that one trip.
Thank you very much.
And this bit is it's day-to-day life in Sunspray Village, of just not being terribly happy there. The heart and soul of this whole year is just, word has reached me that Hoster Tully has fallen ill. I cannot find it in me to feel sorry for him, whether we are of a generation or not. Let the old fish gasp and flop on shore, feeling as out of place and doomed as the rest of us. I'm a proud man, especially when Will and the Brocket visit, but I'm not too proud to admit that I can be cruel. So, the big note of the year 296 is word reached him of Hoster Tully being bedridden, which is accurate. He's been largely bedridden for several years now. But also mentioned that Will and the Brocket, which is capitalized, in older European slangy term, a brocket was a nickname for a young stag. In the years since, it has actually become a breed of deer. But yeah, it was the kind of teenage stag, was kind of what it referred to. It was always a male deer. It was no longer a child. That's what a brocket was back in the day. So, it sounds like he was getting visited by Woolly Will and Orys. He was feeling proud around them, which makes sense if he's a snooty, rich Valyrian, House Valyrian guy. But he admits that he has character faults, like being glad to picture Hoster Tully feeling out of place and sickly and old and dying, which it sounds like he knew he was also physically unwell at this time. So, that was the year 296 in summary. And with that...
Wait, good guess trying the both end dates.
Ferris, you seemed quite unhappy with what Sir Lyn said to you before we left. Are you all right?
Yes, I'm positively thrilled that the leather pants wearing X is going to be freely writing to you from up on the wall.
But
And he gives you a little nudge, a playful.
no, I know. I still don't understand that though, because he said it was all an act. So what reason does he have to write to me, unless it's guilt?
Because he lied.
You don't know that.
Had you ever heard Lyn Corbray's voice break before?
No.
And yet, calling out your name while being dragged in chains across the courtyard of Wyvern's Rest.
Huh. I thought it might have just been not wanting to go to the wall. Huh. Like, I feel like I should... You're not threatened by him, are you?
I'm not. But I don't think that there are many that hope that their beloved's former lovers are going to stay in their life and treat that beloved like their only lifeline to warmth and light in all the world. But I promised him I would not intercept nor open any letters he sends you. So, be ready for atrocious poetry or drawings of his penis or... and he cracks. He can't stay like morose with it. He's just whatever.
I hope not on both counts, frankly. Look, I want you to know that like he's absolutely no threat to you or us at all. All right, I'm with you. I love you.
Aww.
I'm not going to be charmed away, especially after everything he's done. All right.
I didn't think you would be running off to join the Night's Watch and be rid of me in order to spend your days with him. No, but it's still an awkward promise to make.
I think I understand, and I'm sorry that he made you make that promise. And if there's anything I can do to make that less uncomfortable, then I will do it, because I would much prefer your happiness over his.
Well, for now, you could just distract me with dozens of dusty old tomes to decipher.
Well, yes, well, that is rather our favourite thing. So, I'm thinking next, my little hunch that the last book might be the most useful one hasn't really materialised, though I'm pretty sure that the reference here is to Orys. Which reminds me, I have his mother's letter to read to him. I should speak to him soon. But yes, I think we'll. I would like to perhaps look at the one immediately leading up to the missing book.
So make a note. Yeah, that will be next. In the meantime, on deck, as you lot are within sight of Storm's End, which happens startlingly soon. You're like, I can barely see land. Oh shit, that's a castle, right? Like it is a dauntingly large and impressive keep behind absurdly high walls, etc., etc. And as you guys are on this last stretch and are making it out more clearly, Orys is on deck and is leaning over the side very far, like he's looking at the water, like straight down. So who wants to be up there and nearby, if anybody?
I mean, so I feel like I should let someone else.
Yeah. Like Luke is captaining, so I'm sure he's up there. It's just a matter of you care. to go see Orys. Yeah.
I mean, he's just looking at water, so I won't be the first person to rush to his side. Someone else wants to. Like, yeah, that's fine.
Oh, I mean, Raina's been spending a lot of time staring off in the distance, so so she might as well be at the same kind of.
So,
This is her birding spot.
and that's clearly what Orys has mostly been doing.
All right, you guys can't all brood the same spot.
Yeah.
They're going to ship off balance. You got to spread
Yeah.
out.
We can spread out.
Yeah, everyone's got to find their own brooding
Uncle
spot.
Oren told me everyone has to have their own brooding spot. So,
But yeah, so Orys has mostly just been Orysing it up. But for this last bit, he's like, and this is Orys tall and normal rails, right? So he's leaning pretty precariously over and is just like looking down in the water.
Okay.
When
Well,
Raina-
while Raina's curious,
Yeah.
she'll look over.
Oh, careful, milady. We don't want you falling or nothing.
You be careful. You're more likely to fall than I.
Oh, I got a good grip and such. I just, do you see him?
What am I looking for?
I mean, I don't know exactly where, but, my grandfolks died somewhere awful close to here.
Yes. Yes, that's true.
And I just thought, I don't know if I could see, see him or something.
The wreckage.
Yeah. Lord Stefan was his name. And, out of character, fuck, I just forgot the name of their mother. Kasana Estermont, there we go. He goes, yes, Lord Stefan and, Lady Kasana. They was, and I guess now that I know I got grandparents,
Right?
and now both of my dads are dead, I figured maybe I should say bye.
Well, I think that's a brilliant idea.
So I was just hoping I could maybe see it, but what? Ain't water clear? How come we can't see nothing down there?
This is if I remember correctly,
this
this part of
stupid himbo.
It's pretty turbulent, correct?
Yes, you are in Shipbreaker, or you went around Cape Wrath, and
Now
you
we're
are in Shipbreaker Bay, where within sight of Storm's End, the Lord of the Stormlands and his wife died while his kids were watching, I believe, as I recall. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
At least Robert was. I know that.
Stannis definitely was, and he's got trauma about it.
Because we're in rough waters, Orys, and you can't see through all the bubbles.
All right. And he stops looking and just seems satisfied with that and stands like a normal person.
Right?
When have you guys ever heard of Orys being at sea before?
No, I don't think he's. Yeah, no one does.
He's half Dothraki. I knew it.
So, yeah, he just goes back to standing normally.
Had
like
you
a
not
person.
had any problems with seasickness, I guess?
Not that you noticed, and you probably would have.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Well, look ahead.
Oh, I saw it. Your granddad talked to me last night.
Did he? Did he share information with you, or did he just chat with you? I already.
I don't think the Honorable Lord Makar's ever chatted with anybody.
No, that was the joke.
He told me who you was, but said I shouldn't act no different. You don't hate me, do you?
Absolutely not.
Oh, my sweet
All
boy.
right. I don't hate you neither. So, He said I
Do
should
it.
just act the same. But don't worry, I won't tell nobody. I don't have nobody to tell anyway. But he told me about Storm's End and such too.
Oh, he
And
did?
Said
What do you think?
you lot would be deciding what I'm to be doing. But I guess you lot decided not to let me freeze my arse off at the wall. So just means you can put me somewhere else instead, I guess. So however I'll help, I'll help. And then he just heaves out a big sigh.
She puts a hand on his arm on the railing, and just nods. You're actually, to be honest, you feel like as much of a brother as my brothers, because they're not really my brothers either. So you might as well also be my brother.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, I guess we're cousins or something still.
Yes, we are.
But I just... This is all bigger than me. I only ever wanted to be a knight. And now all of this. And
Oh, you'll still be a knight.
What's
but
a knight?
not like just a knight. I can't just fuck off to tourneys and bet some money and lose on purpose after I get enough coin to bed wenches and feed Woolly Will. You know?
Now you can win as much as you want.
I guess once folk know, and nobody will say nothing to me for winning.
And you can host your own tourneys.
But I kind of like going places. Oh well.
You can still,
Anyways,
you can still travel. I go to Highgarden all the time.
I mean, I think this morning was the farthest I've ever seen Lord Makar from his solar. I always figured lords had to just kind of stay put.
Does
But-
Lord Barrick?
No,
He's lord of his house.
guess not. And Ned's all over the place, and
Exactly.
Friendly goes where he likes. I guess maybe it's different for Stormlanders. No, Ned's not a Stormlander. I don't know. I'll have a maester, right? Like if the things happen that your granddad said might happen.
We're not going to stick you there without support and help.
I'm not too good at the letters yet.
You'll get there.
All right.
You won't be alone. We're not going to strand you without some sort of help, including a maester. And some very, very smart advisors. She leaves unspoken the hopefully very savvy bride.
Or seems not to have made that connection yet, and it may have not just been spelled out to him like, whatever happens, if this is the job, you'll be bad.
Yeah.
Then he goes, all right. But if it's the other thing, I think that'd be easier. Just being on a King's Guard and such.
Oh, right, the other thing. The Queen's Guard.
I mean, I feel like I still know how to do that, but
Right.
I'll do whichever helps most, I suppose.
I'll have to see what the other Baratheons are up to. Your uncles.
Well, I suppose whatever Lady Olenna had in mind, she's probably talked Renly into by now, on account of he's been locked up in Storm's End with her this whole time.
She's been talking his ear off. You know she has.
So I guess it's up to Stannis mostly. Well, I mean, and the rest of you lot. But, oh well, I'll find out one way or the other once we get this treasure or whatever.
Oh, there'll be a lot more to do once we find that.
Just a war.
Yeah, you're not going to be going to Storm's End and hanging out for a while.
I know. No,
We have work to do.
I'll try to enjoy the traveling while I can, I suppose.
And I pat him again.
And then he seems pretty content with that.
Yeah.
Like
so
you
does
reminded
she.
him. You reminded him there's like fighting to do and stuff. So he's like, all right.
Oh,
so let's
yeah. He's like, I'm good at that. I know what to do there.
All right. And then, before long, Storm's End looms. What's up, Adam?
Yeah. Like if you want, I can leave it until after we get to Storm's End. But like, yeah, like Adam did have Orys' mother's letter to read him. It can wait, but like, yeah, I'm sort of going to hop in, but okay. Whichever you prefer.
Let's hold off until you guys get inside again, because
Yeah,
it
sure.
is raining, right? If nothing else, so like, yeah, it'll wait. It'll wait.
Yeah.
But you should
No,
be able
it's-
to hear at Storm's End.
Yeah, of course. I didn't realize it was raining. Sorry about that. Yeah, let's go.
I'm just
Rain
assuming
have
it
big
kind of
cloaks.
always is.
The deep hoods.
All right, and you are met by the docks, by Lord Renly Baratheon, and a rather small but potent retinue, consisting of Lord Beric Dondarrion, and his lady wife, Illyria Dane, née Dondarrion, who warmly greets the ladies in particular, with nice little curtsies, etc., etc. And he's flanked on the other side by Sir Albar Royce and Sir Parman Crane. And you get gracious bows from the lot of them, and are warmly greeted as appropriate to each character. They have different definitions of warmth. I'm assuming Renly's a hugger, for instance, and like Parman Crane isn't, right? So different levels of warm greeting. But you are all greeted, and we have kind of a long distance drone shot of your small party vanishing into Storm's End. And then everybody gets warm, and everybody gets dry, and you meet in Renly's Solar, which is a small feast hall. Like it's got some token books in it, right? But like, yeah, he doesn't hang out and read a lot here.
The party.
So there's room for everybody, and awaiting you in the Solar, and you do get a charmingly self-deprecating joke from Renly as he's leading the lot of you through Storm's End 2. He goes, if only I can remember where it is. Right? Like, because he doesn't do much work, and he likes that about himself. And then, flanking the doors to the Solar
Are left and right.
are Eric and Eric, left and right, in their gilded half-helms and green cloaks edged in gold satin.
Sometimes I just want to hug them.
And they give the lot of you, friendly nods, and a smile from beneath one of their bushy mustachios. And sure enough, waiting within the Solar, seated at the desk, is the Lady Olenna Tyrell, the Queen of Thorns. She is joined at her desk, or near it at least, by sitting and knitting Janna Fossaway, Marjorie Tyrell, Desmera Redwine, Miranda Royce, and a very uncomfortable-looking Maya Stone, who is in a dress and doesn't know how to sit right? Like that sort of thing. Like she's desperately trying to like keep her knees together and not straighten up so much that the dress turns too tight or splits the seams. He is not knitting. She has a wad of tangled shit with a couple of scissors that is in her lap, but she is not actively attempting anything with it. She is just sitting and looking like a dog that just got out of a bath. Right? That kind of pathetic, reproachful look. Yeah, that's Maya Stone in a dress. But it does look like Marjorie and Desmara have been given a new project.
Keeps them busy. Keeps them busy.
Yes.
Well, we have to go straight to the lady.
Yeah, and you guys are greeted by a flurry of hurriedly cast aside knitting that they might have only started so they could hurriedly cast it aside. And looking, and eager and warm hugs. Marjorie almost knocks Willis off his feet. He turns it hurriedly into a dashing dance move, and then recovers. And yeah, like everybody's, hurriedly getting, hugged and checked for injuries, and et cetera, and
Raina actually cues over Maya a little, like, I am so glad to see you here safe.
And you, milady, we got word of the attack. Glad you're all fine.
It's good to see you,
a little bob of her head. She does not stand up.
Right.
She's kind of worried about standing up and then sitting back down again.
It's
So
fine.
she just stays.
Raina kept her there anyway with hands on her shoulders because that gives her the excuse to stay sitting.
Gotcha. But yeah, so there is a flurry of warm greetings to all and sundry, and you see that Sir Parman moves over to stand just behind Miranda Royce. He is betrothed, and the rest of the people just kind of scatter back to where they were. Renly has a seat. Orys stays near the door. Like, are they sure they meant to let me in here? Like, they probably see me.
He's here.
Right? But he's just kind of like staying near the door, looking around like he's going to reflexively, as someone being used to being a lowborn bastard, he's like letting everybody else sit down first and he'll take the last stair. Right? He's just still
My
Orysing it up.
guidance to him is to think of himself as my temporary strong boar. Because the strong boar was always like nearby, but
Unobtrusive.
Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say, as long as there's like enough kind of seats, Adam, like maybe like kind of tug his arm a little bit, like go sit near Raymond,
Yeah.
so she feels.
And there are clearly they have yes, they carefully measured exactly who was arriving. Willis is here, Ferris is here, Orys is here. Everybody's names with an S. It's kind of weird. Anyways, they're all there.
Ours don't.
Yes, but I'm just saying, like the trio of dudes, which are kind of a spectrum too. Like it's like Ferris, and then Willis, and then Orys, going from like nerd to himbo. I'm like,
Mine ends in an S.
Willis is just like the preppy kid in the middle. Like saying, you got the makings of an AU teen drama going on here now.
Yeah, we do.
I'll go stand at the S crew because my name is an S.
Yeah, and then Luke is like the jock.
I'm gonna football.
Yeah, he's wearing a varsity jacket. Anyways, just never noticed that about naming conventions before. So yeah, there are exactly the right number of seats. Oh, wait, no, there's one extra. Oh, wait. Someone just maybe stepped out from like behind a bookcase or something.
Oh, better be
Not
Ferris.
spot him a moment ago, but as the final seats are being taken, Varys shuffles out from like an interior corner, nowhere near the door. He was just unobtrusively like in a corner or something.
Ferris is like a Nosferatu, and he's an obfuscate like all the time.
Basically, he's just only seen when he wants to be. And he is
There and you're like, fuck!
As a merfolk, he swam up from the ocean.
Yeah.
with
Well, he
his
gives
name.
nods.
Yeah, and he kind of takes that moment of when he knows that he is politely surprising people to do a kind of obsequious bow directly to Reyna. And then he straightens up and gives a little bit of a twinkle in his eye as he does not say, "My liege," or anything like that, but it was that type of bow that you got. And then he does smaller bows to the rest, little nods. He goes, "My ladies, my lords, sir, I am so pleased that you made it safely through not only Shipbreaker Bay, but your own recent troubles at Wyvern's Rest."
Thank you for your kind thoughts, Ferris. We have had some travails, but they are behind us, and now we have more ahead of us.
Sadly, yes, we certainly do.
And I look at Lady Elena.
Yeah. And Lady Elena reaches for a small bell on the edge of the desk, and she rings it, and a couple of squires rush in some food and drink for everyone, and she waits until they've all left, and you guys all have like finger foods and bread, little cheeses and breads, and some nice warm tea after your cold journey and all that. And Elena, who did not warmly greet anyone, did not get up, nobody got, then gives a matter-of-fact nod as the door to the solar closes. And she says, "Well, what exactly did Magard tell you?"
Lord Makar told me who I was born as.
And
He
did you
told-
tell your husband?
He
And
begged
Willis is
me
like-
not.
You didn't tell him.
Grandfather asked me to wait and to allow him to learn in Lady Elena's presence. And I told him this.
Willis does kind of a good-natured smile, like, well then, it's a good thing I'm already sitting, so that I won't be knocked off my feet when someone tells me what you're talking about.
Well, it's alright. Ferris has smelling salts anyway.
Balin, you called Balin, right?
No, I did not.
Huh.
Huh.
And before you ask, I didn't write to Lady Shella with the information either.
With bated breath, I was about to ask that.
No, I mean, that's why I brought it up, because I knew you weren't, because you just sort of forget that I've got a wife.
And Raina actually reaches across and takes Willis's hand because she's very unsure how this is gonna go.
Aww.
He gives your hand a small squeeze and lifts his eyebrows curiously.
Glance at Lady Olena.
I'm gonna grab
She's-
some wine.
She's looking disgusted at the pretty idiot Lucaris.
He likes you.
I was born Rhaenys Targaryen, daughter of Prince Rhaegar Targaryen and Lady Elia. I can't remember her name right.
Elia Martell.
Elia
Martell.
Martell.
Martell? Yeah, she's
I
your
went
aunt.
like on Martell. I kept trying to think Mormont. But I was
Like
like,
you
no, it's the
thought
other
she
aunt.
was, you thought she was your aunt your whole life. Now she's your mom, and you suddenly forget her name.
Yeah.
Jeez. And on Easter.
What would the baby Jesus think?
And it just means Lord Skill's brother baby.
So Willis sits there. He's listening attentively and politely, and he has eye contact. He goes, "I see.
He's putting things together.
That's all he's going to say now.
I hope that Her Highness will forgive me if I do not kneel. I have not practiced it over much, and I would not wish to embarrass her.
You'll never kneel to me.
I've done so many other things with you. Oh, the children.
Please go on.
The children. Exactly. now the wheels are really spinning in there.
I see.
His love of selective breeding has gotten a bit out of hand.
Well, grandmother, what are we doing about it?
Oh. Lord Makar also told us that there is a dragon's hoard out there that we must find in order to
go ahead and finish your...
in order to
finance the campaign,
in order to finance the coming war.
A sea of spirits, he called it.
And that you, lady, were our next clue.
She gives a snort.
And Ferris.
I am more than a clue, and as is the little spy master. We have some news of our own. I trust the details of the goings-on at the Red Keep have reached your ears already, and that this one's father finally went and acted like himself. And Orys is like, yeah, wait, who? Oh, right, like, it takes him a second. To which Renly lifts a glass, and it says, at least Tommen and Marcella are all right. I have always been fond of them and thought of them as niece and nephew, even if they are not.
Where are they?
In the Red Keep.
Well, that's not great.
There's few places that they would be safer, and there's no reason for them to leave. Still, Robert should not have... It was unkingly, and I will miss my brother. And then Varys clears his throat. Says, on that note, if we're speaking of the Red Keep and King's Landing, and things taken from there, and then he gives the Lady Olenna a look, like, can I? And she's, eunuch. And he reaches out and grabs the little bell and gets to ring it, and then he puts it back down. And
wow.
some servants come in, bearing a chest and a second chest. They are locked. The servants did not get to know what was in them. And they put them down, and they leave. And Varys spirits from within his sleeve, or some hidden pocket, or somewhere, a key. And he uses it to open one, and then the other. And then he rather dramatically stands behind them, and reaches down and opens one. The first one has an assortment of silver bars bundled up in expensive silks. And he lifts one up to show you, and it's like a 3-bar stack wrapped in silk to muffle it and to also steal expensive silk. And he says, I had a layer of these bundles on the bottom of the wagon that I left with. They should assist us in seeing to the necessary repairs to Storm's End, rebuilding your strength after the unfortunate attack, and beginning some preparations.
It's an
In
excellent
case
step.
it does not make it clear, my wagon is thoroughly hitched to your horse. If Her Grace will forgive me the term. And if the heir to Highgarden will forgive me the view. Believe me, I don't enjoy it. Elena rolls her eyes. The younger women giggle a bit because clearly he's been doing this the whole time. The men look faintly uncomfortable.
Right.
Albar and Parman are just like, I don't want to think about that.
Adam will just chuckle softly with amusement.
And I will confess, I had the servants bring this one in because I don't think I could have carried it. Or rather, I am certain I could not. And it's a longer, skinnier chest, and he flips it open, and the first thing you see is a white cloak with a bit of gold trim in the design of the King's Guard. And there is one streak, like stark streak of blood across it. It says, "This is the cloak of the Lord Commander of the King's Guard, Sir Barristan Selmy, who fell doing what not many other in the realm could, I think, killing the Kingslayer. It seemed appropriate to bring it as something of an artifact, and something to remember him by, as I do not suspect Joffrey was overly kind with many of the corpses left. But let us see what is beneath it. Sir Orys, if you please." And Orys is like, "Huh?" And he gets up, he goes over, he reaches down and pulls off the cloak. You all see Robert Baratheon's warhammer in the bottom of this lopsidedly heavy chest. Orys gasps aloud.
Right?
I'm just imagining being like,
And then stands there with this cloak in his hands. And then Varys says, "Not to worry, dear boy. We'll not be deciding exactly which of the two will be yours for some time. But I think until the decision is made, perhaps he might protect you with the hammer regardless of wearing the cloak or not." And Varys lifts an eyebrow towards Rain.
Go ahead, Orys.
Lady Olenna clears her throat. "I think it is exceptionally stupid, even for this room full of people, to know that we have who might be the lawful heir to Storm's End, and to purposefully put his life at risk, gallivanting about on your adventures. We have, as far as I know, the only two surviving children of Robert Baratheon in this room.
Yes.
And I can assure you, Maya Stone will not be herring about, chasing a fortune and swinging a silly hammer. And I don't see why we would risk the male when we will be taking such very careful care of the delicate female."
So many responses to this.
Well, we have not two hammers to give out.
I mean, Orys already has it.
And then she says, "But I understand that ultimately the choice is not mine, and that sometimes children will do stupid things despite the advice of their elders. I have said my piece.
Thank you, Lady Olenna. But Orys, you can take up.
Yeah,
that
and
one.
like Orys like stops again. He's like looking from one to the other and waiting, and then he does. As he
Rhea.
takes like a step back over to the chest, he folds the cloak a few times without even noticing he's doing it, and kind of lays it down in the chest, and then stands there with the hammer. And for an instant, you lot are jolted by an ancestral fear, because like this is what Rhaegar saw at the Trident,
Right?
right?
Yeah.
There has never been much mistaking Orys for Robert's son, but Orys has also been growing more these last few years, and as he straightens up with that hammer, with his hair still long from his time in incarceration, and his beard still thick and full, and you see that Renly is very much not. Renly has carefully cut his hair short and is meticulously clean shaven. It's but yeah, as Orys straightens up, holding that hammer as few people in Westeros could, which is to say, like in one hand, like a weapon, you're about to swing and not knock yourself down. Yeah, he is every inch Robert Baratheon, and you have trouble imagining any of the Lords of the Stormlands not following him. Because Robert, outside of Dorne, was really beloved.
Yes.
He was an extraordinarily charismatic man, and you know that those that were loyal to him were almost fanatically so. And you know that Orys is close enough to that this could go a couple different ways for Orys. And you don't need to decide yet, but it's just it's a moment, right? The camera does like a slow pan from like it's
Awakening our generational trauma.
And I was about to say something about that. So, Rhaeda, you know what this hammer has done.
May it do better things in his hands. Let him be the best of every good thing that Robert was.
Well said.
Then, if Orys is willing, let Baratheon and Targaryen once again stand together.
Now look at Orys.
And then Renly says, as to that, the boy, alas, is still a Waters.
Yes.
Regardless of how my nephew looks and fights, he cannot be recognized legally as Robert's heir without the recognition of a king.
Or queen.
Precisely so. I suspect Joffrey is unlikely to make Orys Robert's heir, which leaves us the matter of putting an entirely different rear on the Iron Throne. I think, with time, Stannis could be convinced. He certainly knows Orys's parentage, and I think if you can get him out of Dragonstone, but still make use of him, he will bend the knee to the laws of Westeros and back his nephew in whatever claims are made.
And it's always been my understanding that Lord Stannis is bitterly unhappy on Dragonstone.
He is, and it's not entirely his wife's fault. He has never felt at home in that place. Our grandmother, I was going to say our grandmother be damned, but that's too harsh. What he means is whether or not our grandma was our Targaryen, right?
Yeah.
Our grandmother's blood or not. He has never been comfortable there.
Is there somewhere that he has felt at home and comfortable?
I'm not certain. I know he enjoys his position on the small council. I know that he is better at having a position on the small council than I. But if he's to leave Dragonstone and it's to fall back to being, I suppose, officially the lands of your new child. Salutations, by the way. And really interrupts the talk to give a cheerful toast. Because out of character Dragonstone was always the home of the heir. That was always Dragonstone's place. Robert broke that pattern
Right.
with this. But if it's to fall to your children, Stannis will need to be offered a place that is not an insult, and where he can still be made use of. I fear we may need to wait until after the war to know just what keeps and castles we might be able to offer him. And to get to the end of the war, I think we'll need... and he gestures towards the chest full of coin.
Right. So much coin. So much coin.
Well, if I may say so, I think that Stannis values directness and knowing that you've thought through whatever you plan to ask him. So I think if you're forthright with him, he'll respond to that.
I want him on the small council. I want him actually in a different role than master of ships.
Yes, please.
I want him to be our master of law.
He would be excellent at it.
I will not lie, he has often advised me on the rare occasion that I had to advise Robert. He's certainly built for such work far more than I am. But, yes.
And what do you want?
Oh, I'm also not entirely certain. And here he kind of looks at the Lady Olenna and, like, clearly they've been talking about it. What I want is for us to figure out the rest of this mess. And again, perhaps we'll just have to wait and see what keeps and castles are available.
But you are content with that.
I will be content to think on the matter until then, and I know what options precisely are before me.
Okay. I look at Lady Olenna.
Well then, I suppose we need to fetch this little hoard. We need real money, not like the wealth of the Martells and Highgarden.
Well, the books that contain the information about its location are where Mr. First and I are in the process of decoding them. We have decoded 2 books so far.
She lifts an eyebrow.
Though there is one missing.
And here,
sorry, go ahead.
Varys clears his throat again, softly and politely. As to that, I believe you're referring to the journal of the year 281?
Correct. Do you know where that is?
I have suspicions and rumors. Unfortunately, they do not all align. I do know, however, what is in it, and that is the location of the dragon's hoard. Yes.
I see.
and I know who has it by the task they performed, but I do not know, again, save rumors and suspicions, who it is.
Well,
I know that a knight assisted your uncle, Jothos, with his departure and with seeing to the location of the hoard. As Jothos saw to one treasure, and he gives a bow towards Rhaenys Targaryen, he says, this knight was trusted with the location of the other treasure, substantially more difficult to hide. I know that that knight likely still has this book in his possession, if he yet lives. But I'm afraid I know him only as the knight. Jothos and I corresponded some few times, but we all agreed it best if the knowledge were not spread too far. I do know, however, that when the hoard was secreted away, it left on a ship called the Calico Cat. And here he gives a bit of an apologetic look at having to name drop the Calico Cat in the middle of this particular conversation.
Yeah.
But raise your hand if you recently, or have always, had a port in the lands you control.
Harrenhal's landlocked. So no.
Right. But okay. I think we had more than one port.
Will has a port as well.
There we go.
Will has a port. Then what did I just build?
Right, but you have been engaged to some extent with sea trade in the meantime.
Oh, okay.
And Bela in particular, you have been engaged with sea trade across the Sea of Dorne and around the crest of the Shipbreaker Bay, etc., trading specifically with the Stormlands quite a bit.
Yeah,
So, Luke,
true.
while you have a bit more knowledge of naval affairs, Bela, you have specific knowledge of kind of what you guys are about to look for. So, let's make a roll for basically memory. So let's go cunning. And I believe there's just a straight up memory specialty of that. Is that what it's
There
called?
is.
Yeah, memory is a specialty.
Yeah. So, cunning with the memory specialty, you will both get one bonus die for your involvement in sea trade, and Luke, you will get an extra bonus die because of the as of yet unnamed, though I think Orain was lobbying for Orain's Apprentice quality that just gives you a bonus die on naval affairs.
I was going to ask. Cool.
Yeah, so not only is cunning a lower stat, if I don't want to call it a dump stat, but I have a negative quality called forgetful that makes if I roll 6, I have to re-roll it. So this may not be my best.
You've got a shot.
Well,
so I wanted
no
to let
6s. So
yeah, she's like, hey, good job, no 6s.
I don't have to re-roll anything.
I'm glad I got 2 bonus dice. I rolled 2 1s.
Oh, ouch.
So I have my total.
All right, what are we looking at?
I have a 9.
I have 11.
Okay. Has Luke got a destiny point?
I do. I have a bonus one I was given I could spend.
Because this is
Keep
looking
a
for
1.
This is looking for a 12. I would show you my notes right now if I could.
Something tells me I should keep it. I will burn that. Yeah, normally I keep these destiny points around for when I'm being stabbed at naked. I'll keep a 1 for 12.
I could also get up to a 12.
Oh, you do it then.
That would be I would count that as 2 degrees of success. Like if you both got a degree of success. So
Sure.
Yeah.
that might be worth
I'll
it.
spend mine if she wants to spend hers as well. That's cool.
Since I'm
Yeah.
kind of letting you guys both do it, I'm willing to kind of combine. So
Or do that thing where like, hey, what's that? And we kind of
Yeah.
like both added information.
you recall that the Calico Cat, this is from the Ghost Hill perspective, pretty regularly trades across the Narrow Sea with Essos. And that their captain is a fairly reliable man. He has had the job for quite some time. He's a very salty old sea dog that was probably captain when this treasure left. He might not have been in charge of taking the treasure right where it went, but it's probably the same guy who could at least tell you who the knight is. Okay? Bela, because you have been trading with Stormlands in particular, thanks to fucking some guy from House Swan or something. I don't remember exactly how that business arrangement started.
Something about a bloody cave or something.
Yeah, yeah, something like that.
Wow, well, look, too much info there.
Oh.
You know that the Calico Cat is a Stormland ship.
Yeah.
Like it is it was initially chartered to the Lord of the Stormlands, which in this case actually would have been Lord Stefan, Robert and Renly and Stannis' dad, because this guy's been doing it for a while. But like, the Stormlands gets a cut of the profits from this ship. Renly does not have a light bulb going off, to be clear. Like, you guys do not see when they go, ah, yes, that's the guy that pays me taxes all the time. Like, Renly clearly does not register anything about the Calico Cat. But
Okay.
you two do.
Well,
I've heard of this ship. And it's captain.
I think it's out of the Stormlands, and
Renly
Thank
perks up.
I think it. Yeah, I think from what I know, it pays taxes to you.
Does it? Dreadfully sorry. Master of laws, not master of ships. I don't think I'm master of laws anymore. Right. Aha! And then he just turns his head. He doesn't go for a bell. He just turns his head and he bellows. And for a minute, you're reminded that he is also a Baratheon. Because that's a bellow. And you hear, Sir Courtney! Nay, nay, nay. Ring out.
That his
and it is-
steward.
Yes, the Castellan, Sir Courtney Penrose. You lot met. And it takes him a few seconds. You know, the guy's not like right outside. But like you're pretty sure you are still hearing echoes ring through the halls. He gets there fairly quickly. And the door enters, and yes, Sir Courtney.
Yes, he was.
Yes, you. And he kind of sees who all is assembled here. They have all been put in exactly one room. Fantastic. Yes, my lord. And then Renly relays that there's a ship that sails out of the Stormlands called the Calico Cat. Go find me something written down about it, basically. And Sir Courtney does not get waved away by Renly. He walks across the solar that you guys are in, because he knows where the stuff is, and Renly doesn't. So he goes and gets it, and he pulls out a particularly cumbersome-looking tax ledger. Takes a look at it, flips through it, finds something, yes, chartered in this year.
Renny gave
Puts
Boris
that away.
like a look like, see?
Loris is not, Loris, wrong person. Orys is not particularly paying attention to books and stuff right now.
Right.
He's still just kind of like
Marveling.
wanting to swing the hammer at things, but he can't. But he wants to, but he can't. But yeah, he's still just looking at the hammer thoughtfully, and then sometimes looking away from the hammer at the white cloak thoughtfully, and then, yeah, sometimes just brooding. Who knows? But in a few moments, Sir Courtney Penrose says, yes, it was chartered 27 years ago. We have collected a portion of its profits since then. The same captain the entire time. What else did you need to know about it? And
Is
he
it in-
glances around the room.
The name of the captain and where it's at.
Out of character, I don't have the right thing open for the captain's name. He has it. You're gonna find it later.
Okay.
He has the name. The name is the name you recall. I just, it's in a whole fucking different thing, and I don't feel
Yeah,
like
yeah, I got you. It's fine.
opening docs.
But he tells us the
yes.
name, and we're like,
It's like,
yes, him.
It's still Captain blah blah. Yes. And they departed 10 days ago for a trip across the narrow sea.
To what port do you know?
It does not say, nor does that say when precisely they will return. In the past, they have made trips to Pentos, and Bravos, and...
Is there a
oh,
manifest of the cargo they were carrying?
No, unfortunately. We do not require that level of bookkeeping. But, if you will, and he waves over Ferris to where the book is. Adam could probably come with.
Yes,
but he says, and he looks, and he's like, he just points to the thing, and he's like, Lys Tirash Mir Pentos Bravos. Lys Tirash Mir Pentos Bravos.
I see.
The last one was Mir, so were I to guess, I would say that they have sailed to Pentos. But it's not uncommon to travel to more of the free cities on such journeys. But
Sorry.
But I would say it's likely that they have traveled to Pentos to keep up whatever regular trading arrangements they have.
When is it next due to return here? To Westeros, I mean.
It would likely be some time.
Hmm.
Is there something else from the records that might be of some assistance?
I, the player, don't know, but like if there's a role for like Adam, the character, to like know if there's anything else needed, I'd like to do it.
You guys could just ask him to see, like, hey, what did it do around 281?
Right.
Like
okay,
what's in there, type of
Sure.
thing.
Sure. Yeah. What was
so
it?
it's easy enough.
Yeah. Can we see its course throughout 281?
Yes. And he looks and he says, some time ago we did require stricter record keeping. We have here, and it's assortments of random cargo. And then one of them has a note that there was a passenger, and it simply says, passenger, J.C.
J.C.
And you do get the feeling that the cargo section of that is very pointedly generic cargo. Like, it's basically... actually, you know what? Because of what Adam's been doing of late, you recognize Jothos Valerian's handwriting. for that line. Like, so the information signed off in the book, Jothos Valyrian wrote that line, and glancing up page, you can tell that he put together a cargo manifest from glancing at prior cargo manifests. Because you're like, oh, it's 12 pallets of this, and there's 12 pallets of this up page. Oh, 6 casks of blah up there, 6 casks, so you can tell this is Jothos Valerian's handiwork. And the passenger that left at appropriately same time was a J period C period.
Right, this is all Jothos' handwriting, and there's a JC who was on the same ship at the same time. So I think that's who we're looking for the missing book.
JC.
If I may, my ladies, my lords, sirs, it's Ferris being just kind of overly obsequious again.
Yeah.
That does reconcile with some of the rumors that I have heard. Particularly trustworthy ones in this case. Also, given where these rumors come from and where this ship regularly sails, and given what I have heard of these other rumors, when last I spoke with Illyrio Mopatis, Magister of Pentos, I do believe you need to cross the narrow sea and find John Connington.
Oh!
Which is going to be the closing line of the episode. John Connington was briefly a hand to the Mad King Orys and a battlefield commander for him. And he was the most loyal friend of Prince Rhaegar Targaryen. And he was exiled for failing to win the Battle of the Bells against Robert Baratheon. And some other just failure stuff. So, John Connington seems to be the knight that was in cahoots with Jothos Valerian, and he is somewhere in Essos with the Red Book, which is where we're going to pick up in a couple weeks, except that it's going to be a couple extra weeks, because unfortunately, 2 Sundays from now, one of our players is out of town visiting some family, which is an important thing to do when you can in this COVID era of long periods of isolation. So we will not be back for 4 weeks. But when we get back, it sounds to me like the signs of House Nymeria will
we
be
sailing
tracking John Connington across the narrow sea to go see what Renus's dad's bestie has to say about a red book and some stuff like that.
Hmm.
And a whole bunch of money.
And a bunch of money.
Hey, old man, give us your money.
Yeah. Hey, you big nerd, where's my money?
Yeah. So, thank you for joining us this episode, everybody. Glad everybody was able to make it, including players. We had some under the weatherness that seems to have been staved off for the last 4 hours, which is very good, and we are glad. So, we look forward to seeing everybody back here in 4 weeks' time.
I can't believe they ended with a revelation that JC was still alive.
So we'll see everybody back here next time. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for the follows and the bits and the cheers and the subscriptions. If you haven't followed and given us bits and cheers and subscription stuff,
yeah, no thanks to you,
because we like it. But we will see you back here next time, everybody. Thanks for joining us, and I hope you had a good time.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
I thought we were going.